requests. Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, we fill out.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaking. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaking?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make of whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I did not observe.
I'm sorry. Are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure you.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
I didn't say shit.
But Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Thank you, Jackie.
Correct.
She did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband, correct?
I don't know because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall testifying earlier that Ms. Heard was uncooperative?
Yes, she was uncooperative with my partner.
All right. And do you recall testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or not, and she was not, then she said she did not want to?
Yes, that's what she had spoken to my partner about.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10, and I'm going to have you looked at it. It starts out with field notebook divider domestic violence laws LAPD form 18.30.02, and it has the date. This is date of January 31, 2010 at the bottom with the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged bones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Shines provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition on May 21, 2016?
No.
Did you or Officer Shines ensure all the evidence was gathered and preserved, including the damaged property?
I said no, and all these things would have been documented if there was a report.
All right, let's go to the next.
He looks annoyed. He's tired.
Ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, both the day of and day after. Did you take any photographs to show a lack of injury?
No.
Did you take any photos to show a lack of damage?
No.
All right. And then this next one is ensure photographs are taken of the scene and damaged property, etc. So I've already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, neighbors, law enforcement. Did you do that in this instance?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
Now, there were 2 females present in addition to Ms. Hurd, were there not?
Yes. Including her, I believe there was 2.
You don't recall the 3rd woman there?
No, I don't recall a 3rd woman being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
Let's go to exhibit number 11. So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
dispute, a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue with my wife.
So you decided that there was only a verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
All right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in conduct which may tend to reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Your next witness is by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out. Or are you ready to? Are we?
Hopefully it's a
We're
good
ready.
one.
We're,
Ready?
oh, I think that's
So
right.
far it's not
Okay,
looking
why don't we
good.
go ahead and it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for
Okay, we take a
15
little
minutes so
break.
we can take care of that and get it set up with the next step.
So everyone go sub up to Ickmel. I did steal his audio. He's got the loudest audio that I can find. And I'm actually shocked at how loud he's got it. So we're going to use his audio. So make sure you sub up. I don't know how he's got such loud audio. He must have like one of those boosters or something. I don't know. But his audio is pretty impressive. So let me, hold on. Do I have 2? No, I don't have 2. I am so discombobulated today. All right. Hey, Scout. Yeah, that was a deposition.
20 and we can do both of them, okay? All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ain't good.
All right. So I see we lost a lot of people, which kind of sucks, but they'll come back. So if you weren't here yesterday, hey Gingerlax, how you feeling? If you weren't here yesterday and you didn't know that that sign is a female holding down a male with, I say, a penis in her hand, but who knows? She's very thorough, but she's very annoying. So the extent of questioning is annoying, but has to be. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Well. Why am I buffering? Why am I having such bad luck today? That's what I want to know. Maybe I'm just not meant to stream today because this is not working. I'm just having bad luck. Maybe it's a sign. It's a sign from above. Nah, it buffered for a minute. But I'm glad everyone's slowly coming back. So what did we learn from that guy's testimony? I don't know. I was barely paying attention, to be honest with you. Because I was worrying about the sound. I was trying to get the sound right. Then I started updating drivers. And then my thing cut out. He probably is Rocco. I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second. Probably because my dad kicked his butt. I was thinking about that, though, the other night. Like, what happens when we die? Is it just blackness? Is it like going to sleep and you just never wake up again? Is there really a heaven or hell? What happens? I don't know. I was thinking about that the other night. Because we never know. You just never know. You know, are ghosts real? Like, all these things. No birds. Well, yeah, it seems that the video, if you guys didn't watch my video from yesterday, I had played this video that some big Johnny Depp fan put together. It was a comparison of Gone Girl with everything she's doing, even using the same facial expression, same words. And one of the things they pointed out was that on the 27th, she allegedly had this bruise, and on the 28th, it was gone. So, pretty interesting. Watch Heaven is for real. Yeah, but you don't know, because the two people that I know, hey, Amanda, the two people that I know that died for, like, more than a second, both said it was complete black. They remember nothing, and they were both legally dead. One of them was legally dead for 15 minutes, she said. And her husband, and said she saw total black. He saw total black. So, I don't know. It just makes you wonder. Thanks, Happy Life. Just dox me, why don't you? But Amanda, on your candles, on your order, you never put a last name on the order, so I just wrote Amanda. Because I didn't want to use this last name if it wasn't you. So when you get your package, it's going to say Amanda. You come from a place of non-exist, so it must exist. And in death, it must be the same concept. I don't know. It's just something I thought about. These were both children. Was your friend a believer or not? Yeah, they are believers. Ooh, Ikmel's daring. He plays Court TV. Hell no. I guess Court TV won't strike you if you have 100,000 subs, but they're certainly going to strike my ass. Max died 3 times when he had a heart attack. He said he just saw black. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I didn't know if it was, so that's why I just wrote Amanda. That's what I'm saying. That's everyone, the 2 people I know, that they said it was just blackness. And if it wasn't for me seeing my grandfather when I was in 8th grade when he died, if not for that, I would say ghosts don't even exist. But because I saw him knowing he died, I got to believe in ghosts. I just have to. He was legally dead. One of them was legally dead for 15 minutes. They almost gave up, and his wife kept saying, no, keep trying. And they did, and they eventually got him back. I've had 2 people say they saw nothing but darkness. And 2 people say they saw... See, I think the light is a hospital light. I've always said that. That the bright light people see, I think it's an operating room light. My brother-in-law seen angels. He thought we could see them. Okay. I agree. Hopefully it's beautiful. But one thing I do kind of believe is that, like, you have a choice and you're either going to go or you're going to come back. I don't know. Maybe it's things I want to see. Yeah, they were ready to give him up. And she kept saying, please don't. Please keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. And they did, and he eventually came back. I do. I really believe mind over matter. I think that, and then I also say, well, it's fate. It's your time. It's your time. But people are like afraid to die. Like my dad held on as long as he could. I remember my grandma held on as long as she could, just like grasping for that last breath. And I still remember my grandma laying in her, not a hospital bed because she died at home, but in her bed in her separate room, and she was like gasping for breaths, and we knew she was going to die any day, but my dad was the same way. It was like he was afraid to let go. And I remember I told my mom, you have to tell him it's okay to go. And she was like, I can't. I said, you have to. I'm not going to cry. And she did. And that night, he left. That night, he died. I had an experience the day my mom died. It was unbelievable. That's how I felt about my grandfather. Mind over matter, and that's why drugs are a choice. The disease is inborn, but the addiction is a choice. It's the only way to pull through. Not everyone thinks so. Amber's lawyer desperately trying to trip up the officers. Stood his ground. Yeah, she does that a lot. See, that's what I think too, Rocco. That your whole life flashes in front of you. I'm the exact same way. I have always felt like that. Like, the whole world, like everything you've ever done just comes in front of you, and everyone that's died, that's still around comes to greet you or tells you it's not your time or something. I've always believed that. Brain is still so unknown. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because nobody's ever really died and come back. You become the judge. I don't know. I once had a dream that Brad was going to burn in hell for eternity. I still remember the dream like it was yesterday. And it was a long time ago. But I had this dream. He was like suspended. And he was face down. And he was just naked, suspended in air. And I remember I walked over to the edge with God. And God was dressed like a monk. And he says to me, come here, my child. And he kept saying, my child. And I said, what is that screaming? And he said, come here, my child. And I was young. And I walked over to the edge with him. And I was like, what is happening? And they said, he's burning in a hell for eternity. He's going to stay like that for eternity. And I was like, am I going to have to hear him scream for eternity? And God kept saying, my child, my child. No, my child, no, my child. And I said, okay. And he said, when you walk away, my child, you're not going to hear him anymore. But this is where he's going to be for eternity. And I remember I woke up and I was freaked out. And I called Brad. I said, dude, I just had the strangest fucking dream. And he's like, oh, nice, thanks. And I said, I don't know. I just had this weird dream. And it seems so real. But everyone knows I don't believe in God, which made it even weirder. And when he died, like, this dream just keeps coming over and over and over, which is probably why I had a dream the first night he died when I said to him, are you okay? And he said, yeah, I'm okay. So, I don't know. It's just weird. Joy, my dad died in 2014. I still can't accept it, so I get it. No, Rocco, you know what it is? I do think that there's somebody who watches over heaven. I'm not saying there's not a God in heaven, because I've had multiple dreams about a God in heaven. I don't believe that there's an almighty that looks over and changes everybody in the world. That's what I don't believe. But I've had so many dreams about there actually being a superior being once we die. That I have had, and I've had multiple dreams about it. So I kind of think that the afterlife, there's somebody watching over everybody, but it doesn't have anything to do with our living life. So that I do believe. I don't know why I believe that, but it's weird. I'm definitely spiritual. Oh, Michelle, I've had an accident like that. Yeah, I'm telling you, I remember this dream like it was yesterday. Like, I keep this my child, over and over and over. This is weird. See, I'm not worried about being in a car, and I was in a serious accident. I guess it was near death, but I just had glass in me for days, and I don't know. Did it make you want to believe? No, because I still don't believe in God. I still don't believe that you pray to something that doesn't exist, or like you pray to a ghost that doesn't exist, and he makes everybody in the whole world's dreams come true, or things happen, or I can't believe in that. It's not logical. What I can believe in is that after you die, a ghost would look over other ghosts. That I can believe. That to me makes logical sense. Oh, I had a bad concussion. Not when I had that dream. When I got into my accident, I did. Exactly, Mari. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have the power to, but when we die, is there somebody that watches over all the ghosts? Or, if heaven is real, heaven would be run by a spirit. And if God is a spirit, then he would watch over the ghost. That to me is logical. It's not logical that, oh, let me pray to God and I'm going to make this happen, because there's too much evil in the world. And that's unexplainable. There's no way you can explain all the evil that's gone on in the world. Or, Joy, who lost a husband and a son. Nobody should lose a husband and a son. So why would that happen? Joy's a nice person. She's not a bad person. It's shit like that is why I don't believe that God has anything to do with anything. Maybe when you die, yes, but not while we're living. Sorry, Joy, I didn't mean to throw that out there. I've always believed in an afterlife. I don't know what the afterlife entails. Can I specifically, haunt somebody when I feel like it? Can I visit somebody when I feel like it? I won't know till I'm dead. So, but I personally have seen a ghost when they died. So I have to believe in them, I only saw him once. I don't know why my dad hasn't come visit me. I don't know why I don't dream about my dad. I don't know. But I definitely believe that. I definitely know I saw my grandfather. I know this. Like, we had a conversation, and I found out the next day he was already dead when I had this dream, which I didn't know he died. So that to me is not a coincidence. Like, the fact that I spoke to him and I saw him and he told me that it was time for him to go and he was leaving the world and all this other stuff, there's no way I would have had this dream without it being real. So, and then finding out he died that night. That's too much of a coincidence for an 8th grader. Sorry. That's why I believe in the afterlife. If not for that dream, I wouldn't believe in it. But because of that dream, I do believe in it. I'm sorry, Rocco. Yeah, this was my dad's dad. We weren't close or anything, and that's why I don't know why I dreamt about him. We just weren't close. We're not in control of our subconscious, but you know, he wasn't supposed to die that first night that I was gone because I went sleepaway camp, and you know, my parents told me he was fine. They even told me after I told him about the dream he was fine. When I got home, they told me that he had died the night I left, which is the same night I had the dream. And I was only in 8th grade. So God doesn't make everyone great. He does what's planned. They wanted me to take Steve off life support. I prayed to give me a sign because I couldn't take him off. 8 hours later, he went into cardiac arrest. I don't know. I don't believe in God here. I just don't. But again, that doesn't mean that's not something afterlife. Because I believe there is probably something afterlife. You know, I also remember when Sage was born, when the twins were born. Sage was progressively getting worse. And we didn't know she was going to make it at some point. And I said, I'm getting in there, fever or not. I'm going into the NICU and I'm going to save her. And I did. I mean, I kept saying that she's going to get better. She's going to get better. You know, and I said, you got to have your brother there and just all these things. And she got better. Hey, Anita. Aliens? I don't know about that. Mom was on life support, took a turn for the worse about 2 a.m. My son was in 7th grade, woke me to tell me my mom came to tell him goodbye. That's pretty much it, Monica. Mine was the same way. And I said to my grandfather, where are you going? And he said, it's time for me to go. You know, take care of yourself, take care of your mom and your dad. And I mean, I don't remember the whole conversation, but I do remember I only saw his face. And I remember it being all white around him, you know, like it wasn't like shiny or anything. It was just white. And there was no bright light. It was just, I remember seeing him from like the chest up. I didn't see his legs. It wasn't like we were standing somewhere. And he was above me. And he was just like talking to me. And I was like, where are you going? And he said, it's time for me to go. It's time for me to say goodbye. I just wanted to come to you and say goodbye before I, you know, went on my way. All right, cord's back. And that was it. I woke up hysterical crying.
So they're back. Kathy.
Woke up hysterical crying, and my mom told me, oh no, grandpa's fine. I was like, I had the weirdest dream and I was hysterical. And then when I got home from camp that summer, they told me he had died the night I left. It's crazy. By the way, if you want to do your own communion or baptism, just take your child's head, dunk it in water, give her a rice cracker, and you're all done. Inside joke with Anita. Just dunk the head. Done. See, you were baptized in a kitchen sink. There you go. It's true, though. What do they do at a baptism? Dunk your head. Plain and simple. at Ikmel cashing in all the super chats. What do you get when you got 3,000 people watching? Don't you have to have a preacher there? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, you don't want to dump your head in a toilet. There's more to it than you need a creepy guy to pour the water on the... Oh, and you got to smoke a cigarette and get the ashes going. So once you get ashes, you put an X on the head. Or you put a cross. Either way. Either way, you look like a Satan child. That's the final step. See? White Lotus, you got the idea. I am now baptizing my child. Dunk their head underwater. Here's a little rice wafer. Say your 5 Hail Marys and you're good to go. Done. Easy breezy. Hey, MGL can baptize you. She's an ordained minister. Are they all like staying in a hotel Monday to Thursday? And I wonder if who's paying for the hotel. Oh, Candy, I just started to read that. See, he also married you. That's what I'm saying, Rocco. You just got to dump their head. Once you dump their head, boom, done. Again, shout out to Ikmel for the awesome volume. I don't know how his is so loud. I don't know what kind of booster he's got. I need a booster like that. Oh, she booked the hotel. Supposedly it was like $1,000 and I didn't get to see him. Why is she such a star chaser though? Like, give me a fucking break. So she can get a picture with him. Give me a break. I have never taken a picture with a celebrity, ever. And I've hung out with many of them in California. I just think it's weird. They're regular people. Like, you have memories in your head. I don't know. I'm weird like that, though. I did that when I was 17, Candy Apple. The lady was like, you really don't think we're going to tell you where they are, right? I was like, why not?
This is Officer William Gatlin. Fix the thing here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you pay $1,000 just to see him? Like, you're fucking weird.
Okay, so I just put that right there. And I do have a list now that I see it for today, at least so far, that we're going to be seeing.
All right, thank you. Are your next witness.
Look at Beaker.
Okay. Officer Gatlin. Could you spell the last name for me and for the court reporter?
Gatlin.
Okay, thank you.
Name and business address for the record.
William Gatlin, business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
How long have you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
And what is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, your partner on May 21, 2016 was Officer Diener, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body cam on
Yeah.
May 21, 2016?
Yes.
When were you first assigned body cams?
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 6. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to the second page. And this is the incident recall for you and Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia Building, 849 South Broadway. Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving that night. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
When Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
It means I handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is 10:24?
Correct.
So when you arrived, do you recall whether there were any other police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering at all?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator, walked down the hallway till we found the unit number, knocked on the door, a male answered the door. And at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them. And we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you recall that you already knew that that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
Yes, I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track. When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Haddon had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Haddon before you went to the Eastern Columbia Building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit, the page that's Bates stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours, 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response?
I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Diener?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party is no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
Yeah, there are times like that.
You were going to say, but what?
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that we would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer. So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
Who told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report. Officer Science and Officer Haddon, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are we talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp's today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
when you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No.
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
No.
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there's a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
Same as I explained earlier, and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
No.
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
Okay. And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for, the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is. So, we kind of have to talk to the other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
Was there any effort by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that to you? That they didn't want to they didn't want you in the apartment.
Just the way that the male was acting to answer the door. He kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even still, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Defendant's Exhibit 1. And this is the Daily Mail, Mail Online, July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to go down to the 10th page.
Why are they using
What, if
Daily
any,
Mail?
evidence did you observe when you went to the penthouse on May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be accused of domestic violence?
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence did you see of Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends
Was it 2015?
had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived?
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 1, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Diener?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make to come over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed. Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Diener provided a sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence of a crime?
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there were roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back at trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officers, Officer Science and Haddon, reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
It says teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department. And back here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down here, on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11, this is 2222, you now know it's the same incident as yours and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, you know, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Columbia building, you already knew that Officer Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Okay. And you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system.
Yo, you saw his eye roll?
For this call.
Well, did he roll his eye? Let me look. I'm looking at the delay right now. I was kind of on the screen though.
2046 to 2122. Met with Vic, checked location, verified husband left location.
Long ass delay.
Victim advised, verbal dispute, and refused to give any further information. Actually, that was Haddon and Sons, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it. You put in
He eye rolled.
2217, and I'm sure you weren't
I
there
think he
till
eye-rolled.
4 but we talked about some deeds about that. You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your
He did some
pretty
shit like-
verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with signs and hadn't, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 2, and it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECB building, and it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22/28/15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2.
It was a hard
from
roll
yours
too,
and
man. I
from
was like,
Officer
damn.
Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
Did you? All right, cool. Poor Billy. I went back and I took a little recording too. I was like, oh, that's funny. He did it hard, man. I wish it wasn't on the screen. Is his eyes closed right now? Oh, they're not playing the. Oh, they're just showing us the evidence, maybe. Yeah, they paused it. Okay, I was like, damn, he just fell asleep. Let's say he's out cold. So they paused him, and I guess they're showing us the video.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping out onto the penthouse floor.
Oh my god. No, they paused the screen.
Hello. Officers, how you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier already?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside.
Cyan, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife or just make sure it's
Oh, it's not my wife.
okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, we just gotta check on and make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Another call.
Back up, please. Back up.
Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and then we.
I called twice. Yeah.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So. We just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. Is they're all good? Nobody else is in here?
No.
Okay.
The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. And Johnny
Is definitely not here.
is not here? Okay.
Left probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Everything's all good then?
Now it's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, who was that guy? He's the generic white male? Remember that? Yeah, the generic white
Have a
guy.
good night.
That should be a shirt, man. I'd buy that shirt too. I'd wear that shirt. Generic white male or a generic white male.
So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Oh Lord, look for the block list.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3.
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting verbatim and says 22, 28, 15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you as well.
Okay.
So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Coffee's hot. Burning up. We're around penthouse 3. Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor.
Before we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here?
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just to make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay. Whoever.
Different conversation.
Okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out. We just got to check on them, make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still got to make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Now, would you say, and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
Yes.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been a mistake.
we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
They're all good. Nobody else is in here.
no.
Okay.
The other officers came by.
All right. Officer Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these 3 girls, women?
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle. That's the one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
All right. Do you know what color hair the person that's the most forward, that's in the middle, has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the woman, the furthest right is, that's in front?
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads are in shadows.
All right. And you believe that the one to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
I had checked the apartment and the other apartments as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. And Johnny
Is
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate now that you are looking at this on body cam? How far away are you from the three women?
I would still say it's in that range.
Did you get a clear look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
Okay. Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of a different angle in the two.
I don't understand the point of all this. Like, I really, truly don't.
Coffee's hot. Burn it up. We're in route penthouse 3.
Yeah, but isn't this her lawyer?
You guys had somebody come out here earlier?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember the names offhand. The card is
Science, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
probably.
We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just talk to your wife to make sure?
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay.
It's a different conversation.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out, you gotta check on it, you're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops. She's.
Yeah, I don't know, just because we got another call and we can't again, we still gotta make sure.
We don't think.
Back up.
Please, back up.
Can we just come in and just check, we just make sure everybody in here is. I don't know if she's
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay. And Johnny?
Is definitely not here.
He's not here? Okay.
Probably like 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everything's all good then? All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
He's got too many little things in his apartment that if he was like violent, shit would be broken. Like there were too many
Right.
little
Showing you
things.
defendant's exhibit number 5. And let me just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Yes.
How you thought? Burning up. We're in around penthouse 3.
Like, I don't know if nobody else noticed that, but if someone's violent, they're not going to have so much glass in their apartment. Like, he had stuff everywhere, and you couldn't see it. Like, there was nothing broken. Mirrors weren't broken, nothing. Seeing that, I just don't see him as being, like, a violent person.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember the names offhand. The card inside.
Diane, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Probably.
We just need to check. When you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just to make sure it's not violent or, okay.
Different conversation.
And can someone tell me how this is helping her? Because I don't see how this is helping her at all whatsoever.
We got another call and we can't get him, so let's make sure.
Hang on a second. Back up. Please, back up.
We'll just come in and just check. We need to make sure everything is. I don't know if
The other officers came by and checked the payment and the other apartment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay.
So I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber is the one in the back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
Okay.
Johnny?
Is definitely not here.
He's not here? Okay.
That's probably like 2 hours.
Okay. All right, cool.
While we're still there, can you tell how much hair Amber has covering the right side of her face in the pictures?
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Can you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
No.
Everything all good then? All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. Have a good night.
Do you recall looking for any injuries in the faces of the 3 women?
No.
Now, Officer Gatlin, do you recall seeing 2 dogs in the house?
Yes.
They were running around pretty freely.
Yes.
And when you say that, would you be able to, sitting here today, say that the person in these 3 photos, defendants 7, 8, and 9, is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back? Are you able to draw that connection?
No, I don't recall.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Your investigation of what?
Based on her refusing to give any statement on what had occurred. And at the time, we did not observe any any visible or verifiable injuries to her.
Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Right. So did you interview any of the 3 other individuals in the apartment?
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a statement about what transpired?
I believe the female that was sitting in the middle of the 3 told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
Outside of that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview her without the others present?
No.
Why not?
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our call is still stemming from that incident, and there had been no change in the circumstance since then.
Do you know whether Officer Sines and Officer Haddon took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No.
Did you take a flashlight just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
I'm asking whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath that Johnny Depp did not commit any abuse of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not, because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Okay. And you didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
Outside of the female telling us that everything was fine, and the male that answered the door that told us that the other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both the 2 apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call. So we did not go further into investigation.
And that's the extent of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that night on May 21, 2016? Did you do anything other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you know whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Sorry, your next witness?
Alejandro Romero.
Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Amanda, thank you so much for the super chat. Love watching your channel. Justice
And
for
if I might,
Depp.
Your Honor, this is another one that begins with questioning by counsel for Ms. Heard and later on switches to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
Mia Mayhem, thank you for the super chat. And we're caught
Romero,
up.
will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name, my name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your current occupation?
I work on the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you please describe what kind of work you do for the Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Okay. And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends. Actually, we used to send delivery people out. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Okay. Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Do you remember what jewelry he had on?
Nope.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing? If he was wearing a scarf or a hat?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner?
Nope, I don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her, headbutting her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Did you ever seen Mr. Depp slam things around or be angry?
No, I have never seen him like that.
I'm going to ask you some questions now about Amber Heard. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend Rocky. And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard became a resident sometime around March 2016?
Don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, just don't want to deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the witness statement, and it's everything that is written there. That's what I said.
Okay. And,
that was correct. That was accurate.
okay.
That's why I signed it.
So during the time between 2015 and 2016, how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like, probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day. Probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
She was really friendly. She would always smile. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me anything of her problems. She never stopped by and talked about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, probably I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yep.
So, Mr. Romero, would you at any time be able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis what type of bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had a mascara or eyeliner on any given day?
No.
How about eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
Do you have any memories of Amber Heard wearing a particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I probably won't remember.
When is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of a domestic dispute between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard?
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then I went to the cameras and see what was going on. And as soon as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was him," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Isn't that amazing?
Do you recall who told you that on that Monday following the Saturday?
Okay, Don, as a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached to me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the camera. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forward in the elevator. And I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, somebody was working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard the noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. because it's really rare to hear anything, because most of the time the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse that night?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
I remember the person. It's been a resident in the building for a long time. I just don't remember. I don't remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to the penthouse that's owned by Mr. Depp?
Like I said, Johnny Depp owns all the penthouse on below the clock. The gym is the gym of the Eastern Columbia building is just in front of one of the penthouses. You actually could see it through the window.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym?
You could see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and they have the patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has the patio to lead to the gym.
Okay. And this tenant, if you think of her name while you're, even if we're asking other questions, please let me know. This tenant, this is a resident there, right? That saw this?
Yeah, I believe her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's correct.
Did she describe anything, voices, any objects, anything like that?
No, she just said it was a noise. Just noise. And she was just surprised because, like I said, it's always really quiet.
Okay. And so she wanted to know what happened. And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's what I figured out to track the time on the camera and looked. And then when as soon as I saw, like I said, Johnny Depp walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened. I figured out, put one and two together, so I was okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they call the cops, the police.
Because why?
Because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero Exhibit Number 8.
All right, so they're saying a little bit. We do this. Mods are gonna be upset. Add a little bit of time. 2 other seconds. Elevator. Okay, let's see what we got. It's funny when they pause it because the other guy looked like he was sleeping. This one looks like he's knocked out too. But they just pause his video and they're showing the other one. During lunch break, I think we're gonna listen to some audio. I mean, we could have done calls, but I don't know if there's been that much developments. We could leave the calls for after. So far today, it's video depositions, but there is one person that's actually going to be there. Well, let me see. Well, they're going to be live by video link. We already saw Officer William Gatlin, Tyler Haddon, Alejandro, we're watching right now. Oh, we still got another, the divorce attorney. So we got Laura Wasser, that's the divorce attorney. We have by video deposition.
He's making this easy for me. I don't even have to do anything. No. Thanks, Igmel. Now I'm actually printing labels for wax melts.
As the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
That's correct.
That would be funny, Pauline, if I could do that.
And that's Mr. Depp?
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
You said he looked agile.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pause this for a second. Robin, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe these are Johnny's witnesses, but they were deposed by her attorney back in 2021. So that's what I'm seeing, because it is his witness. So I think they're just playing the depo first. That's what I think. I do sell wax melt warmers, Seashell. I just haven't put on the website, but I do have some.
He looked agitated, like he was walking back and forward. He took his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the time, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. Yeah, like this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next, so then you say Wednesday, May 25th. At approximately 10:30, Ms. Heard walked into the lobby accompanied by Ms. Raquel Pennington. That's the person you called Rocky earlier. Do you remember her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Ms. Heard approached you to ask you for the key to her unit, which you gave her. And you said we did not discuss anything else at that time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But it's something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I wasn't not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also I gave them the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit. And that was one of my concerns. I would tell her, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. On the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything up there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job. I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
No.
Do you remember where she was coming from, that she was coming home at 10:30 at night with Ms. Pennington?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone. She was with Raquel in front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left to the lobby, where she was still on the phone.
So
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
No.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
Come on, man. What
So
you think? I'm looking for that?
Who wrote the sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face?
I'm pretty sure if I would have said something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. I don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms. Heard's face. Who wrote that?
That's what I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
But
Because they asked me if I remember seeing anything, and so I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just
He's
don't
getting pressed.
remember. If it would have been so obvious, like someone had like a black eye, I would have like, whoa, you know, I would have seen that and I would have remembered because it's something that you will see. You know, like so noticeable, like you will
Come
like,
on.
you
¿Ocho
will
quiere me?
remember. But when I was there
No
talking to
recuerdo.
her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any
Come
marks,
on, man.
bruises, or anything.
Ocho quiere me? I didn't say
but
nothing.
you
How many
don't know
times you
whether
gonna ask
she was
me?
wearing makeup to cover it, do you?
Oh my God.
No, I don't know. No.
Come on, man.
She was wearing any makeup trying to cover it, probably. You know, the probably would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Oh, you don't
Were
like
you
that?
looking for swelling?
No, like I said, I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct, but I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes, and when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't notice like any swollen or bruise. Like I said,
He's smiling too, or
I would probably
smirking.
would notice.
Is it fair to say,
Yeah.
Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swollen, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And
Damn, bro.
you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember even looking?
I remember. I'm really sorry, but I remember. I gotta tell the whole story how
Dale,
it got
dale.
there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. Say, and like, I'm really sorry, but who will think is gonna get into your unit because it saw some scratches on the door, like what, 4 inches above the door? Because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into their unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above the floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. And they were so afraid. Oh, someone's trying to get into my unit. They're like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit just to check room by room to make sure that no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job, make sure they're safe, but I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, I don't know. I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm tired.
You're tired of this shit,
I
yeah.
don't want to deal with this court case. Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't know how.
He's tortured. This lady's torturing him. He's asking the same
words.
shit over and over. We're tired of this shit.
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington and talking about the dog and going up and checking out the penthouse, none of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. That we don't have cameras in the videos. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably I did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35.
He's ready for that to be over.
I've got a little bit more. When you were asked, this is the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer to my questions that you didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath back at that time, 2 months after the incident?
Yes, I remember, because like I say, I always make eye contact with someone that I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup's wrong, you haven't have changed your eyebrows, or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, yo. Come on.
And I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would have probably would see, like if she had a swollen, if she was wearing makeup, probably would have seen the swollen. I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek then?
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you see her from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days would it be fair to say that you cannot testify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I was not there. I was never there. I was probably hundreds of miles away and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
I remember talking to Mark. I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right. Well,
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Hey, that guy was funny, man. He's kind of like,
Sit here today. When you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that, correct?
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling at all.
And she was only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
And the lighting was good at the front desk, correct?
Objection?
Correct.
It was so good that had she had any bruises, swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
And then later that same day, and you've testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
Nope.
Did you see any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were confronted, looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her and didn't see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not dark at all. She was 6 feet apart. Approximately like 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seeing any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
May 24th?
Yes.
Yep, that's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Okay.
We gotta clip this guy.
Let's pull up exhibit number 1. Let's stay on page 17. That's a good place.
Boy, smoking out too, yeah. Need to smoke for
This
this
is
lady.
your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Okay. And that's...
That was 3 in the morning.
Okay. And it said here, so Saturday was the 21st. Did you work that day? No. Did you work Sunday, May 22nd? No. Did you work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd, while you were working, did you see Amber at any time? I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. Do you remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. Okay. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Come on,
I didn't even know she was wearing any lipstick.
Can you tell
I don't know.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
No.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No.
can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
No, but she looks really pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
Correct.
I want to try to move along. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said that you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times while she was there. Did Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this is my last.
Be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
All right. It's a good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay?
Hola!
Oh my. I couldn't tell you what shade Sage was wearing yesterday, let alone months ago or years ago from a building coordinator. Come on, really? It is real. That's the scary part. Like, what shade? I don't know. I think she was wearing bronze. I mean, give me a fucking break. I don't even know why they asked the same question a million times over. Not only is it not a girl, but I don't know a husband that could tell you what shade they're wearing. It's so weird. So now she didn't mention the non-existent Amica cream or the non-existent Milani palette. Palette. I'm telling you, it's weird. Ask your husbands if they could tell you what shade you're wearing, and they see you every day. Like I said, I couldn't tell you what shade Sage was wearing, and I see her every day. So strange. Court TV posted some that said makeup brand debunks Amber Heard's claim. I don't know about that, but you want to see a cute label I made? I hate working in the dark. Justice would know. Justice might know. I haven't watched him in forever. They are really reaching. I agree. It was like kind of overkill. So again, let me give a big shout out to Ikmel for the stream because he's got good sound. He's using the same platform I am. I don't know why his sound is so much better and I can't get mine higher. Because I had somebody ask him, like, what is he doing with his sound? And he's using the same platform. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Man bought me a whole bunch of makeup from Ulta for Christmas, but didn't get foundation because he had no idea what. That's what I'm saying. There's no way you'd be able to know what shade. It's just impossible. Asking a guy what shade someone was wearing, yeah, okay. Never gonna happen. Not in 1,000 years. Uh-oh. The kid. Anytime Dayton starts a text out with mom, I know I'm in trouble. Aww. All right, I could use some advice. So Dayton heard a song, and he said, today's been rough. Can't stop thinking about Dad. This is where Mom has to be strong. I can't, Karen. He missed so much time. He's like already behind in schoolwork. That's Juju. That's exactly what I'm telling him. It's funny that you said that, because that is exactly what I'm telling him. Because he says that, I said, I know it is, honey. Just remember he's with you always and is watching over you. And then he said, it says that in the song too. I said, he is though. He's with you as you write this. I said, I really believe we hear songs that are from ones that we love. No, not maybe. Daddy wanted you to hear that song. To let you know he was with you. But this is probably where being a mom is the hardest. Because you got to be strong for your kid. But inside you're like, you want to just hold him and cry with him. And you know what's crazy too? I called him Dumpling. He said, don't call me that. It sounds stupid? Okay. the one thing about, I did, Joy. The one thing that's hard as being a parent, a kid gets a cut, they hurt themselves, they need stitches. You can cuddle them, you can hold them, you can kiss it, and it all goes away. When it comes to a death of a parent, no matter how hard the other parent tries, you can't make it go away. You can't make it go away. And that hurts as a parent. That's probably one of the hardest things as a parent, is that you just can't make that go away. He is a good kid. He really is. I mean, he's got his issues, don't get me wrong, but overall, he is a good kid. I'm waiting for the hard times where, you know, where he used to say, I'm going to live with my dad. I'm waiting for those fights to happen because I'm all he has now. And, but he said he was listening to a song. He was listening to his music and the song came on. And the song is a pretty heavy song. It's Things My Father Said by Blackstone Cherry. It's a really good song. I used to play it for my dad. You know what I'm saying, though? It's just, that's the one thing that you just can't take that pain away. And sometimes I wonder if I cry because I can't take that pain away, because I know how much he's hurting, and it just sucks. As a parent, it just sucks. If he was older, I think it would be different. But being that he's just so young, yeah, I said that too, Yarn. It is hard to be strong. I don't know how you do it, Joy. That's the one thing I couldn't even imagine. Hey, Randy, I literally could not imagine that. I could show you guys what I did yesterday with Dayton's stuff. I mean, with Brad's stuff. Hang on. I know I am, Joy, but it's that, but it's also, I wonder how much is actually my feelings and how much I'm actually crying for Dayton. I think it's a combination of both. That's why I told him, Juju, I said, I could smooch kisses all over you. That'll make you smile. He hates when I kiss him. He gets so annoyed. He's like, stop kissing me. That's what I said in Ann's life. I said, it's hard enough. I lost my dad in my 40s. So let me show you guys what I did with Brad's stuff for Dayton. Where is it? That's what I told him then. I said, you know what? We would, on the way home, I said, you're only 14 and this is like the worst possible thing I would ever have to tell you. Because if I die, I can't tell you. So that's good though. We got it out of the way. 14, it's out of the way. Never have to worry about it the word. He's like, Mom, that's not the worst news. It's not? What else? What could be worse, Dayton? Tell me what could be worse, because I don't really think there's anything that could be worse. Okay, so this is one thing I made. So I took all of Brad's stuff and I put it into shadow boxes. So this is, Brad used to weld, he's a welder or was a welder. And these are like belt buckles that he started. That was a lock we found. His air freshener that he had. So that's one shadow box. And then here's another shadow box that has a flask, his flashlight, a Father's Day card that Dayton gave him, this helicopter that him and Dayton used to play with, and a picture of Dayton as a baby and his brother. That's another shadow box. What? Now another shadow box of stuff that we found. His knife, his remote controls, his wallet, his keys, which we don't know what these keys are for, his toenail clippers, a drill, the mints that we found, some screws, some like pieces, a plug that were in this like bag that he keeps. So put those in a shadow box, like a part of a hair cutter thing, you know, a wall thing, a light remote. So that's in another shadow box. And this was not easy to put together. I was like crying through the whole thing. And then this is his notebook that had his name, his writing on it. It's like the last couple of things he wrote. Earphones, a flask, some kind of headset, pens that he had, and a screw thing. So this is another shadow box. And then I took one of my t-shirts, so Dayton didn't have to give up his. And put a shirt in a shadow box. And that is what I did yesterday afternoon. So I ended up gluing everything together. So I ended up gluing it on the backs because it was easier than having it all over. He'll pass on that. I told him I could smush him with kisses. He said, I'll pass on that offer. You never heard of shadow boxes? Michael's had them on sale, like 2 for 1. So, I mean, they're a little high in price, but they're well worth it. Although I think one of them broke. Dayton said one fell, but that was totally my fault. Oh, absolutely, Mark, because I know Dayton. Dayton will lose this stuff. Like, there's a drill bit box. There's a couple of other things that I told Dayton, let's find a box for it because you're going to lose it. You know, he's only 14. It's not like I'm going to be living here forever. So I was afraid like when we move and stuff, and this is like all he has. We don't know what happened to the rest of Brad's stuff. I mean, we can only imagine, but this is all Dayton has. So what I said was, let me preserve it all so he's not going to lose it, so it doesn't go anywhere, and he can have it like this forever. So that's why I decided to do it. Oh, I can't believe you never heard of shadow box are the best. Because, like, you can put stuff inside of it, like loose stuff. If you get a big one, you can put, like, loose stuff in it, and it just stays there. Like, on my dad's, I have a shadow box for my dad. I have his dog tags from the military, and my mom told me if I ever lose them, she would kill me. So I put those in a shadow box with his picture, a couple of other things, and it's just a good way to keep everything. I know it'll get easier, Yarn, but in a way, does it really get easier when you lose a parent when you're that young? You know, I still cry over my dad. I still think about my dad. I still can't believe that I can't pick up a phone and call him. And I was in my 40s. I understand how to process things. You know, he hasn't even had a milestone. Now I'm going to cry again. He hasn't even had a milestone yet. You know, my dad was at my wedding. My dad watched me graduate high school. My dad was there when I graduated college. My dad was there every step of the way. My dad was there throughout my custody fight. My dad was there for me when I got out of jail. You know, he was there for me for every single milestone. He was there for me when my kids were born. Just regular milestones that you take for granted that your parents are going to be there. So being that he lost his so young, his dad won't be there for any milestones. So does it really get easier for him? I don't know. I think it's going to be up and down for many, many years. I can't believe you guys never heard of shadow boxes. Yeah. I glued the stuff on so it stays in place, but like my dad's stuff is not glued on. My dad's stuff is loose. That's what I'm saying. But Brad's stuff I glued on. That's what I'm saying. I just feel horrible because he'll never get to experience the milestones of life, you know, that most people get to experience, and he won't, and that sucks. Like, if it was the twins' dad, I don't think they would blink an eye. They really weren't in his life. He's not really in their life much, so it would be different. But Dayton, you know, according to all of Brad's family, Dayton was his favorite, and he was there for Dayton. This summer is going to be tough. It'll be Dayton's first year in 14 years that he didn't spend Brad's birthday with him, that he didn't, he's not spending Father's Day, he's not spending the summer, just a lot of things. Time it takes, yeah, he's actually been pretty good. He hasn't been, I almost felt like he was hiding his feelings instead of talking about his feelings. So it's good to see that he's not burying them, and, you know, that he is talking to me about them, because I was a little worried. I know, J-Dubs. And I will be. That's good, Joy. Yeah, it's just one of those. Absolutely, especially to a kid that is, fragile to begin with, and fragile over the situation that his dad put himself in, kind of thing. Thanks, Robin. Finally, someone that's heard of a shadow box. You know, I never thought about the article, but I don't think the article would be good to put in there. I don't think Dave needs a reminder his dad was in jail when it happened. The twins were not close to him. They were when they were young, but once the custody fight started, they went their separate ways. you know, Brad still bought him Christmas gifts and stuff. And we went, you know, they would come with me once in a while, but there wasn't a real relationship. Not since kids were like 6 or 7. Yeah, I love shadow boxes. I just wish they weren't so damn expensive. You're right, there is no textbook. But Justin Mazio had bought him journals. I bought him this book, Just Thinking About You, Dad, and it's for teenagers dealing with grief and loss. He hasn't even written it, which just reminds me. He just doesn't want to write. And I keep telling him, just please write. I told him, please start using the book I got you. I promise you it'll help. That is true, Capone. You forgot it? You forgot it where? Oh. Oh, he forgot about it. I was going to use it today. Well, good. Wait. You forgot them where? See? See where I put everything in a shadow box? Oh, in your room. But it does, like, it goes through different pages of, like, Dad, I was thinking about blah, blah, blah. Remember when, blah, blah. And it's supposed to get you through grief. Oh, that's a good idea. I never thought of that. Using flowers for my funeral. I never thought of that. I bought it on Amazon. I'll show you guys. It's actually a really good book. It was only $8. And they have like all different ones. Yeah, when you open it up, it doesn't show the inside, but when you... Oh, it does, actually. But each page has, like, different stuff on it. I wish it showed more. But it's actually really good. They say it's for adults too, but it definitely felt like it was for a kid. Because like the day after Brad died, I'm like, I gotta find something for Dayton. He's a mess. I don't know how to deal with this. And I started looking and I found that. But I would also recommend everybody should make a video of if they die suddenly. Make an audio for your kids. My cousin did it and it was brilliant. I told my mom she better do it like now just because she's older. But my cousin spoke at his own funeral And he was a jokester, but, you know, we started laughing when my cousin Linda had played the audio. But he made a video and said, hey, if you guys are listening to this, I'm dead. And I want to thank everybody for coming. And he did this whole speech, you know, went through his life and different things. And he said, once, you know, Linda turns this off, I'm gone. But it was really interesting. I think everybody should do that. I think everybody should make an audio of just in case they die. You never know if you're going to get into a car wreck or something, you know? And I thought it was a brilliant idea. I think I'm the only one that's done it. But it's hard to do without crying. Glad I tuned in for the court's lunch break. I'd rather... thanks, J-Dub. I've been streaming the whole thing. No. I'm telling you, I think it's a brilliant idea. I told the kids, I said, I don't know. I don't think I want to be cremated, though. I said, so you guys better make a lot of money to bury me. I'm telling you, my dad's funeral, my dad, when he got Alzheimer's, started to write a book about having Alzheimer's and how his memory was fading. I read it. It was like 10 pages. It was hard to read, but I read it. And you could see his decline of when the Alzheimer's really started kicking in. And it really felt like he was reading, like coming through me, like I was reading his voice. I'm being cremated. I don't want to be laid out. I want a memorial mass and a wake and a kick-ass wake. I could see that, Anita. See, I don't want to be cremated. I don't. Yeah, I'm telling you. He wrote like 10, probably like the first chapter. And you can see the decline. It was sad. I still have it. Not sure where it is, though. My mom said she's got it on her computer. Because the computer I had a flood, and it got ruined. I was like, oh my God, that's all my life. I'm saying we do things that we don't even understand. Like, I will never understand why I hit record the day Brad died. I have no idea. To this day, I can't tell you. I don't know why I did it. I don't know what possessed me to hit record. I had not recorded him in 10 years. And all of a sudden, I hit record. He died hours later. I don't get it. You just don't know. Parents are buried in Jamaica. So that's the other thing. My mom's going to be buried with my dad at the funeral home. I mean, at the veterans cemetery. I have nowhere to be buried. I'm all alone. Oh, Seashell, that's how my dad started. He was diagnosed with early onset at, my mom said 59, because I thought it was 63, but it was late 50s. He died 10 years later. It was horrible. But have him start writing, Seashell. Have him start writing now, and his transgression, I guess is the word. It's tough. But I remember my dad going from being okay to then he wasn't allowed to drive. Then he was going to like this arts and crafts thing that this state of Florida paid for. He went on this bus that took him, and it was bad. 74 is an early onset. Early onset is like in the 50s. Hey, Samantha, I don't think early onset is 70s, but I might be wrong. My mom wanted to be buried next to her mom. Yeah, my mom's going to be with my dad. So, I guess my brother will be with his family, and I'll go into cyberspace. Maybe I should be cremated. I have no one to be buried next to. It is an awful disease, Seashell. That's why if I get it, I'm going out like Robin Williams. I told my mom that yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, Juju. But I told my mom yesterday, since I take after my dad, if I end up with Alzheimer's, I'm out. I'm going out like Robin Williams. I will not do to my kids what we saw from my dad. Won't do it. Nope. Sorry. Not gonna happen. She did, Samantha. I played that last night. I die alone, nobody would be coming to my funeral. I want to be in New York. I'd be buried in some Alabama place. Nobody will come visit me. Nobody will come to my funeral. The verdict won't be for a couple of weeks. She hasn't even gone on trial yet. That's Seashell. That's how I feel. I will not do it. Nope. I will take my own life just like Robin Williams did. Before my kids watched my dad go through it. Hell no. Not going to do it to them. They went through it once. I'm not going to do it again. And my dad went out pretty fast. He was in a nursing home and 6 months later he was dead. Does not ever go away, just a new norm. I believe that. Wow, Robin, you lost them young. It's how I feel too, Anita. I would not. Nope. Will not do it. Muscle shakes. I need to get my nail done. Watching my dad go through it. Oh, the things my dad said at the end. Nope. I thought about it too. I'm like, what would I do? Sorry. Sorry, kids. Love you. But I'm going out with a bang. I'd make sure that my life insurance was up to date and it was good. And then I'm going out with a bang. Plain and simple. Yeah, it's tough. It's a horrible disease. I would much rather have cancer. Ah, Samantha, that's tough. That is tough. Because that's kind of what Alzheimer's like. You just like wasting away. It's like you're there, but you're not there. Oh, Robin, I'm glad he went out when he did. Yeah, I think he willed himself away. I really do. He was not the type to be laying in a nursing home. not knowing who he was or where he was, just not like him. Definitely go see him more, Seashell. I remember one time me and Sage went to go visit my dad at the nursing home, and he was like normal. I was like, Mom, I think Dad's cured. She starts laughing. She's like, Lori's not cured. Ma, he knew me. He knew Sage. He talked about the past. Like, he was perfectly normal dad. Like, I really think he beat this. And she's like, Lori, you can't beat Alzheimer's. Mom, go see him. I'm telling you, he was normal. Like, he was perfectly fine. He was like, where am I? What am I even doing here? Oh, yeah, that's right. I have Alzheimer's. I was like, he was perfectly normal. This was probably 2 months before he died. And my mom was like, Laura, that's just the disease. Guarantee by the time I get there, he's going to not remember. I said, well, I had a good conversation with him. By the nighttime, he didn't remember. He was back to not understanding, but it was tough. I was like, he was so normal today. I mean, he remembered stuff. And I remember my brother came there for the first time when he was in the nursing home. And he knew my brother. Like, he really did. And my brother was there at the very end. And he knew him. Yeah, I actually visited him every day. I ended up quitting my job and going to see him every day. And everyone thought I was crazy. But it was a combination of paying for daycare, paying for the YMCA, which was like $300 a week per kid. It was insane. And it was just too much money. So that combination, and I wanted to spend more time with my dad because I'm like, you know, I have the rest of my life to work, but I don't have the rest of my life to be with my dad. And I took as much time as I could. Yeah, Seashell, I can't be in denial. He had what Robin Williams had. He had Lewy body Alzheimer's, and he also, or Lewy body dementia, and also had Parkinson's at the end. He was in a rough place. You go in and out with dementia, but with Alzheimer's, you go out and eventually stop coming back. Yeah. You know, and you regret things like, you know, taking him out places was embarrassing. My mom was embarrassed. There were times I was embarrassed. The kids weren't, you know, but he was off, and just things that you wish you could do over again. But I'll never forget that. I said, Mom, he's cured. So my mom actually started a group in Florida for parents of, for spouses of those fighting Alzheimer's. There were no groups. My mom actually started this big group that still goes on today. I mean, she's not part of it anymore, but she actually started a group for spouses. And she made a lot of friends, and she helped a lot of people. I was like, go, Mom. Really? He made it that long? That's crazy. But yeah, she couldn't find a group that fit her. So she made one. So I guess that entrepreneurial is just in my blood. He was a vice president for General Electric for many, many years. And he did electrical stuff. Then he started his own business when I was in 8th grade, 9th grade. And he owned his own electrical company for many, many years. And then when he was about 60, 61. No, because my mom said it was before. So it had to be like 58, 59. He was fucking up at work. And my mom couldn't understand why bills weren't getting paid. And my dad would be like, I'm fine. And my mom thought he was like doing drugs or having an affair or something. And turns out that he had Alzheimer's. Yeah, no, the veterans have been wonderful. They were great to my dad, like surprisingly. Because he wasn't in like the Air Force long. And they helped him out immensely. They helped my mom out immensely. Seashell, just remember, you can't get that time back. Keep that in mind, though. It's tough, but I'm glad that I saw my dad every day in the nursing home, or just about every day. But while he was home, there are things I regret. So you definitely want to go see him, because you can't, once they're gone, they're gone. My dad shared a room. His roommate at the nursing home was a lawyer from Iowa. It was pretty funny. Yeah, they were. My dad was in Vietnam for like a minute. Like, we don't even know why he got so much from the veterans people. Hang on. Lucas wants to come in. You need a bath. You're all muddy. Yeah, my dad was in the Air Force for like a minute. Yeah, no, me and my mom had just left my dad. Like, we went out to dinner, and I remember my phone rang at like 10 o'clock that night. And I saw it was her, and I was like, this is it. I just know it. Sure enough. Then we went up to see him, and it was so strange because, like, that's when I started to believe that we all have a soul. Because we had just seen him like 2 hours prior, and he looked like drained, like something left him. And it was wild because I'm like, Mom, he doesn't even look like him. We just saw him 2 hours ago. And she's like, oh, do you believe in God now? And I said, no. I said, but I do believe in souls, because he looks like he just, like, his life left him. And his face was all sunken in. And I don't know if anybody's seen, like, someone die. But, you know, this was before anyone got there. Like, we saw him right after he died. And it's so weird. Like, there was no life left in him. There was nothing. And I said, how does that happen? That can only happen if you have a soul that leaves your body and it drains you of life. And that's exactly what he looked like. Like, it was weird. So I'm telling you, like, that's part of the reason I believe in souls, that I can still see my dad's face. And it was almost like one of those horror movies, like, where someone turns into a skull. Like, he was dead. There was no life in him, and everything kind of like sunk in. So you would know, right? You know what I'm talking about. If you did hospice nursing, you totally know what I'm talking about. Bye, Yarn. It's just that, I don't know. It was the weirdest, I don't want to say weirdest, but it was a wow moment, you know? Like, usually you see somebody after they or prepped, you know, from the funeral place. But yeah, it doesn't look like that person. It just doesn't. There's something missing from their body. Their life is just drained. And when you die, allegedly, your organs just shut down, your heart stops, and you die. But your face shouldn't shrink in. Your body shouldn't look smaller. It shouldn't look like something left your body, allegedly. So that's why I always believed in souls. Hey, Willow. Today was a rough day, Willow. Oh, I was Sweet Bee. Consider yourself lucky. There's none on my mom's side, but it is on my dad's side. See? That's what I'm saying, J-Dubs. I'm telling you, that after seeing my dad on that, like, I still see the vision in my head. Something was missing from him. Like, life is air. Life is organs. Life is heart beating. Life is skin and bones and, energy. That's life. Energy. So when you die, from an agnostic point of view, you just die. There's nothing that leaves your body. You just die. So just to see his face sunken in, it just tells me that something left his body. Most people I've talked to loved ones who have passed. No, he had a rough day. I had a rough day this morning, but he had a rough day at school. Thank you, Willow. My brother has long on liver cancer, which now has spread. That happened to my grandmother. My grandmother had cancer that she never took care of, and then it spread. That's how my cousin died too, though. He had prostate cancer. He ignored. But I'm like that too. If I get cancer or something at 65 or 70, I'm not going to go through chemo. I'm just going to go. I did, Capone. Rushed to the hospital and she looked white, and I could see through her. She had passed away, and the machine was keeping her body alive. Her soul had left. And when they shut down the machine, you see it. I don't know. It's just a vision that I'll never, ever forget. You just see it. I don't know. It's weird. You're 68? I don't know. I just don't know if, like, my grandmother had the attitude. My mom said she died at 79. 79. And she had breast cancer that she didn't want to lose a breast. So she never took care of it. A couple of years later, it spread all over, and she ended up dying. But she felt like, I'm in my 70s. Why bother trying to save me now? I lived a good life, and my grandfather followed her a couple of years later. She was in that house. That I know. My grandfather would be like, the TV went off by itself. And we were like, Grandpa, it didn't go off by itself. He's like, it did. I'm telling you. I didn't get up. And I woke up and the TV was off. And Monica, did you see the difference? Like, I'm telling you, that's the main reason I believe in a soul. If not for that, I'd be like, nah, souls don't exist. But there's got to be something. This is why I believe in the afterlife. There's got to be something. Because I keep seeing that image of my dad laying there. And just looked totally different than he did 2 hours prior. So it did. It went all over the place. Seashell, I wish that I could tell you that answer, but we didn't know my dad's family other than my grandmother and grandfather who died. My grandfather died young, my grandmother died old, but we didn't know anyone else in the family, so we don't know if there's history of it. I know his sister died of lung cancer at 75, but she was an avid smoker. So I don't know. But I definitely take after my dad's side, and my brother definitely takes after my mom's side. And my kids definitely take after my mom's side. You could, I'm telling you, Monica, it's weird, but I definitely believe something happens to you. That I remember from years ago, Agent Orange. It does. It not only, she ended up with stomach cancer, throat cancer, like she was a mess internally. It was horrible. But she died like pretty quick. She found out how sick she was, and within a week she was on hospice, and a week later she was gone. That's how I feel about Alzheimer's. And I tried, like, on Facebook, reaching out and trying to find all my dad's, you know, relatives and anyone that had the same name. Couldn't find any relatives. Hey, Ann. Could not find any relatives. It was so weird. I was like, how are there no relatives? Nobody was related. I met a bunch of people who would all have the same last name as my dad, but nobody was related. I know they're in Jersey. That's all I can tell you. My mom thinks they're probably all dead because they were all older than my parents. So she just thinks the whole family's dead. Yeah, she went quick. She just didn't want to deal with removing a breast. She's like, I've gone this long. And they all begged her to. Like, Mom, please. I remember my mom sitting at the dining room table. I had to have been 15, 16. And I remember her begging her. My grandma saying, no, I'm not doing it. I'm too old. I'm not worried about it. Whatever happens, happens. But see, 68 on chemo every 3 weeks. That's what I'm saying. She didn't want to do that. And I don't blame her. I don't think I'd do it. I would do it at a young age. But I don't think I would do it older. I don't know. I just feel like you live your life. Why hold on to the life? You've lived a full life. You've seen grandchildren. You've seen your grandkids grow. You've seen your kids grow. I get where my grandma's head was at. I do. You know, why go through the torture of chemo or Alzheimer's? Like, you lived a good life. And now, don't be scared to move on. That was her attitude. And I happen to agree with it. Your body, your choice. Oh, I'm sorry, Seashell. Yeah, friends of mine talked about Agent Orange a long time ago. Like bikers that I knew. You know, I think I would rather have the attitude that I lived a good life and now it's time to move on. But I was telling my mom that last night. Who knows? I may only have like 20 years left of my life. It's a scary thought, but I've lived a good life. Traveled. Fell in love. Had kids. I'd be okay if I died. I'd like to have more money before I die, but and I do believe that though. Live your life like it's your last. Don't have regrets, you know? Sometimes I've lived that theory a little too hard. Exactly. It's the loved ones that leave behind with grief and sadness. See, now I feel bad, though, because Dayton being so young, I couldn't leave him. I'd have to wait until at least he's married with a family of his own. We're soul walking around a meat sack. Live it well, be kind. I'll go for that. Same thing with Alzheimer's, Joy. But you know what I mean, Anita? It's like I've lived a good life. I've traveled. I've met lots of friends. I've had real love. I've had real hurt. I could say I've been to jail. Like, the only thing that I have not done is backpack Australia. I was going to say Europe. Backpack Australia. That's the only thing on my bucket list that I have not done. I've done pretty much everything else on my bucket list by age 50. I have to get one, Karen. I was scheduled for one, and then something happened, and I was like, oh, it's fate. I don't have to be here. I do need to get one. Especially considering both my grandmothers died of cancer. You would think I'd be a little more in tune to it, but no. I wouldn't treat it. Just I don't have to feel so alone. I have no other blood relative. Oh, wow. At 47, you should treat it. Joy, let's go. All I need is money. I know, I gotta take my vitamins. Joy, I would love to travel. There's something called money that keeps me from not traveling. But believe me, I'm so jealous of all these single women that travel and have money to travel. I wish. 3 kids kind of stopped that. But that's why I traveled when I was young, when I had money. And now I'm older, but I'm broke. The kids are grown and you can do it again. Yeah, but again, there's something called money that's probably going to stop that. All right, let's do it, sweet bee. I got to find a quick rich scheme. That'll work too. Maybe I should marry Johnny Depp. He has got lots of money. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin. Given a life sentence without a death day, 5 to 20. That's tough. Well, certain things I think you know. Like, I have a feeling I'm going to go out with Alzheimer's. I take after my dad. I look just like him. I have his genes. And I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen to me. So, I'll worry about it then. Then your money would be your own and you can travel. True. You want to go glamping? Hey, I know of a camper that's been redone that you can just take in Iowa. It's a 5th wheel, small, but it's nice. No, Robin, I really believe that. You just have that feeling in your gut. You just know that's where I'm at. It's just one of those things. But I think I have some time. I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. I definitely believe I have time. I still have a lot more life to live. Like, I feel like part of my life hasn't even begun. But part of it is over. You know, if that makes sense. If you expect that will happen, it will happen. Well, that's what I'm saying. I still have a lot more life to live. Oh, I'm afraid to die. I'll tell you what makes me afraid to die. What happens? Am I dead, or am I really going to see my dad again? Am I really going to see Brad again? Am I really going to, be able to look over people and change their radio songs? Or do you just die and you're dead and that's it? And it's just like going to sleep and that's it. There is no more later. There is no more after. That's what I wonder. So that's what makes it scary. Yeah, because of the unknown. I just want to know, will I be able to tickle someone's feet as a ghost? Because if that's the case, hell, kill me. I'm all right. Will I be able to look over my kids or, be a ghost in their wall or, look at my granddaughter or my grandson smiling, even though I'm dead, If that's the case, then I'm not afraid. But will I never, ever see anybody again? Is it total blackness and there is no heaven or hell? And once you die, and it's just like sleeping and that's it. I wonder that too, because then I don't want to die. A couple of days, I'm 1 year without smoking. I will totally visit you, Capone. So does that make you afraid to live as much as you are afraid to die? But that's what I'm saying. I just want to know what happens. Like, I would love to know really what happens when you die. Do you really die? Do you not really die? Are you just out? See, that's what I'm saying. I do believe in ghosts, angels, whatever way you want to call it. I do believe there's something. But how come my dad's never come see me? Except once as a butterfly. I don't know. Oh, there's a big difference between cigarettes and nicotine. Big difference. Vaping is totally different than nicotine. Than smoking. It's still a crutch. And it's still nicotine, but there's no tar, there's no chemicals, there's no nothing. It is not just as bad as cigarettes at all. I know the smoking community will tell you, but it's not. It's really not. Like, me doing a whole thing of vape is equal to like one cigarette. There's no tar, there's no chemicals, there's no garbage, Is it still nicotine? Yeah, it's still nicotine. But it's not cigarettes. There's no additives. There's no addicting factors. I don't know. It's just different. My son does things only I know. His ashes are in my hallway. There you go. Vapes do not have chemicals. Popcorn lungs is for pot. It's when you vape pot. It's not. Queenie, there you are. It is not worse than cigarettes. Thank you, Capone. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Willow. Vaping is 95% safer and has 55 less chemicals in it. The chemicals in vaping are in everything you use. I also work in the vape industry. I promise you are much safer. Thank you. I do feel 1,000 times better. I'm not wheezing at all. A lot of people told me that they heard me wheezing when I was on a live. I don't wheeze anymore. I don't have any issues with my chest. Nothing. No. Popcorn lung is from, it could be from bad juice or cheap juice, but mostly popcorn lung has been from pot. And what are they called? Pre-packed vapes, not a vape like this. Good one, Amanda. Nicotine's 3 million. Yeah, you don't want to use the pre ones. Those are not good. The jewels and stuff, those are not good. And it all depends on the vape. You have to find the right vape and the right top and the right tank. There's like a method to it. Like I've gone through other tops that just suck. There's a method to it. You have to find the right combination, the right juice, the right everything. Like I bought a top the other night. I went into my regular vape store and bought this one because the other vape top, even though it's a good top, a good tank, it was not for me. It didn't give me the same flavor. It didn't give me the same hit. Like, it's a science. Hey, Debbie. Pop vapes I get from the dispensary. Yeah, but that's what's caused popcorn lung. It always has to do with pop. But I never realized what a science it really was, and it is. It's a science. We're back on. Hold on. Maybe.
Also.
No, not back on yet. Almost. Hey, Tony. Oh, it's hot here. It could be bad oil, bad juice. Like, there's cheap juice, and then there's good juice. I bought cheap juice. It is a science. It really is. And you have to try all different ones to make it work. Cold in Jersey? No, it's 67 here today. Sound like burnt toast? So Ikmel's got 4,000 people in there. I am so jelly. I have 64. He's got 4,000. I don't even want to see what Law and Crime has. The weed cartridges that were causing the lung issues were mostly illegal cartridges. Aha! They contain a type of vitamin E called vitamin E assistant. It was to make weed vape. Collapse lungs. There you go. Chasing his husband almost died from cold. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know about that. You know what the number one killer of COVID was? Being overweight. No joke. All right, we're back. Thank God I could go back to making labels. Well, Ikmel knows I'm streaming him. He's got the best volume. Yep.
Okay, so I got my feed. Let me get this feed.
I'll let you guys know when he's back. Yeah, one of my patrons is good friends with him and a mod for him. I was like, ask him how he did his audio so good. Yeah, I'll send it to him. I could get it to him. He's a really nice guy, though. Like, he really is. I never liked him at first, but he really is a nice guy. But I'll tell you though, YouTube is so weird because, like, I had a tragedy. I've lost like 20 subs. Like, sorry. You disappear, like, from YouTube for a couple weeks and boom. Like, I can't even break 100. Everyone else who's streaming this has thousands. I can't even break 100. It's so weird. Yeah, Corey, I can't handle the chats, though, that, like, 200,000 people. Even Ikmel's chat moves so fast. Like, you get a headache. Because the algorithm, I'm telling you, it's crazy. I know I had a good excuse. I couldn't believe I lost 20 subs. I was like, holy shit. Even YouTube was like, 359 more than usual. I know, Amber. It just sucks, though. Yeah, but you didn't leave, Quinny. That's what I'm saying. But even like running the trial, same thing happened with Petito. Other people had thousands. Not me. YouTube hates me. Well, I wouldn't ask Ikmel to give me a shout out while I'm streaming him. That would be kind of rude. Yeah, he does cover lots of cases. See, that's the other thing too, though. I don't have the time that, like, I'm not a full-time YouTuber. And I just don't have the time. Like, he's working on YouTube like 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, doing editing videos and doing stuff I don't. Because, like, I made a decision. Like, YouTube is temporary. Candle business is forever. Yeah, I end up staying the whole time at the hotel. Can someone drop candle link, please? Inhaling nothing is better. Well, yeah. You have, Suzanne. Thank you. Get in a bikini? I think that might scare people. He lost his job from COVID. Yeah, he blew up with the Petito case. Oh, that's why he wasn't that big, because he wasn't doing it full time. Gotcha. And my time management is awful. I need better time management. Which is what I'm starting to get into now. Hey, Rocco. But I don't know, as a subscriber, I would much rather be in a smaller chat than in one with like 4,000 people because you can't even see what's happening. But that's just me. Thank you, Anita. No, I know he covered good cases. I'm saying that he did blow up, though. I'm telling you, I would not look amazing in a bikini. I'm too old, too flabby. Everyone going to jail swatted. Oh, no shit. Who went to jail? Who got swatted? I haven't followed any of it, Willow. Last I checked, Dolly and Benny were going at each other, but that was it. But I haven't kept up with it at all. Oh, Ernie Shaw gets keep putting in jail because he's a freaking idiot. That's what I think too, Karen. I think it's better to be in a smaller. I've seen way worse at the beach. Dolly got hit in airport on way to Nashville, and Benny got cops sent to his home while live the other night. So Dolly got hit in the airport. He was going to see that guy up church. It's still silent. He was going to see up church? That's cool. I agree. When you're in a big stream, you can't even chat. And a creator can't keep up with it either. Yeah, no, he doesn't do drama at all. The first time I watched him, he had on the, whatchamacallit? He had on the father of the two that were killed in Colorado. It was the first time I watched him. I was like, oh, this is a good interview. Shit, I find anything over like 500 in the chat is too much. But like with Law and Crime, with like 500,000 people watching is insane. Insane. See, but like even Ikmel, he's making money, but with 4,000 people in there, I would think he would be making a lot more. That's a lot of people watching. You see that person clapping or something in the back? It's weird. There you go. Maybe I just got him lucky. He's getting a few more super chats since I said that. Someone called airport security when I was there. No, I don't think Molly's there. Molly went, I heard, to get a picture of Johnny Depp with her in a hotel. That's what I think. And when she didn't see him, she didn't go back. And I heard she was bitching that other people were making money and she wasn't because she was there. So she wanted to stay home. I think it's so funny that since I said that, he's getting all these super chats. Come on, trial start. She called him too and got no reply or something. Oh my God. Does MGL lunch date friend have a reserved seat? She's always in the same seat. I don't know. She's just such a star chaser. It's ridiculous. Targeting for things YouTube related? Who? Yeah, it looks like Dolly and Upchurch have become friendly. And I have no idea. She's stuck in the 90s. I used to tell her that too. Like the Backstreet Boys, come on now. Or even like when she talks about like wife swap. You did one show. Get over yourself. My legal husband, the twins' dad, he's got a huge resume. He doesn't even think like that. And he's done a lot of shit. You can look him up on IMDb or IBDM, whatever it's called. He's got a whole list of credentials, including pay it forward. And he doesn't think, oh my God, I'm going to be recognized. Like, okay. I totally agree, Nan's life. I didn't like 80s clothes or cars. You have an IMDb page? I don't. I don't know if I like the 80s or the 90s. One thing I liked about the 80s, you saw so many changes in the world. Like, that's what was cool about the 80s. You know, you saw cell phones come about. You saw just so many things that you don't see in the 90s. What's mom jeans? But seriously, Ron had a ton of acting stuff, acting credentials. My kids are covered by SAG. He doesn't even think like that. He had TV shows, TV roles, big Hollywood movies. That's why I used to laugh at her. But I'm saying the 80s, like, we saw so much stuff. Oh, I hate high-waisted jeans. Sage wears them. My cousin wears them. I'm like, ew. I have bought Sage these cute little shorts. She hates them. Hates them. And she's like, I don't like low-waisted. I'm like, why would you wear high-waisted? Like, you have a body. You don't need to wear high-waisted. I hate high-waisted jeans. Hate them. Cell phones are the ruination of the world? I don't know. But just in the 80s, like, you saw so much come out. I don't know. I just think the 80s are, like, way cooler than the 90s. It's Sage wears them. High-waisted jeans or crop tops. Oh, I think they're disgusting. I don't even know how you find them comfortable. She's like, but I like things that are high. I'm like, Sage, it's weird. Like, wear lower. Like, I'm a hip hugger. Like, I like low-waisted jeans, not high. I always felt like high-waisted jeans, you're trying to hide something. I don't know. I'm just weird like that. I told Sage, like, we need to switch bodies. Because if I had her body, shit, I'd be wearing, like, what are they called? Not just hip huggers, but belly dancing length. You know, like super low. Yeah, I can't do high. I never could do high-waisted. But that's why I gotta lose more weight. Because so many jeans now, they just don't fit me right. And I love jeans. High dark. See, I don't know. I never felt like it hit it. Especially when you get older. Have bread roll flopping out. Not always. Low rise, hip cut, boot cut, jean. That's what I'm saying, Willow. But no tank top. Thank you, Anne. Exactly right. I can't say anything that covers my belly button. It's weird. And then especially when you're older, you can see your belly. Oh, it's gross. Like, I just can't stand high jeans. That's why you got to wear the right top. I'm at a standstill. I've lost 70 something, but I'm stuck at 175. I can't seem to go lower, and I need to go lower. Like, I'm not where I want to be, but I'm literally stuck at 175. I was stuck at 179, then I went down to 175, and I want to be at least 150. But I need to start walking. I need to eat right, which I'm not doing. That's Sage, high-waisted skinny jeans. No, the right size, you just got a big-ass belly. I'm 5'8". I know I need to start walking, and I'm almost at a year since surgery. So I know my honeymoon phase is over. Oh, so Johnny Depp is drawing. Yeah, I can't do boy shorts. Not anymore. You were in my dream last night. I was wasted and you helped me home. All right, that's a good dream. Yeah, Anita, I think I'm like 15 pounds less from when I saw you. 15 or 20 pounds less from when I saw you. Why don't you stream for an hour every morning? We could walk to... I do need to start walking again. I really do. I'm only like 7 pounds thinner than when I was in Tennessee. That's how slow I'm losing. Thanks, Anita. Don't let you fat. No, because you know what I noticed too? That's why I said I want to be like 150. Because you can see it. Like, you can see the wrinkles. Because my skin is not clapping back the way it should. So I really see it in my neck. It just wrinkled. My mom is like that. I think it's a genetic thing. And that makes me worried.
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're back.
Not this time.
Well, I'm no Megan Fox, that's for sure. I bet the judge is a huge advocate in gay and trans rights.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
A number of the other depositions.
Plaintiff calls Christian Carino, Your Honor.
Questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel.
Carino.
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and at some point switch over to questioning by counsel for Mr. Depp.
All right, and how do you spell the last name just for me, just in case?
C-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
An address for the record, and you may use your business address if you feel more comfortable.
Sure. Christian Carino, and the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts, and my work background is I've been at CAA for approximately 16 years, and before that I had a 12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
And who were those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now, you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I represent multiple clients and brands in transactions in the entertainment space.
And when you say in the entertainment space, what are you including?
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to licensing to modeling, all the different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and studios, talent and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency, and for each person it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's an artist with a platform like Netflix. It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was having an effect on Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
One that I can recall.
And when was that?
I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation was over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly, it is at a minimum a distraction to that person's career. And in a lot of cases, it negatively impacts that person because there's attention drawn to them that it is outside of what people want to know about that person.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Because that's just not what they want to know or hear news about people.
And why do you believe that?
Based on my experience in this world.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
Do you also believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies with brands, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation. And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something like, we're gonna get this over with as fast as we can.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4. Do you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you recall that coming up during that time frame, that issue? Have you read or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yes.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino Exhibit number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done research among the people who read a specific article. If you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino Exhibit number 3. This is an article that was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
You had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
All right. And were you able to answer those questions?
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when timing of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his company in connection with Johnny Depp?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Well, was it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it was probably less than 10 in total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
For those of you guys that are curious, he is Lady Gaga's ex-fiance. How do I know? I just looked it up. That's who he is.
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
What do you have in front of you?
A note that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
Yes. My recollection of the conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Correct.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And this is a lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against Bloom, Hergott, Demer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career?
I said no, Elaine.
Do you recall whether there was any publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint that's Carino number 7?
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mandel litigation?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 10. And in this particular one, we have, this is the article that was written in the Sun Times that was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
No.
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it if it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. Do you see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Crater, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that little stamp there, but it was filed on June 13, 2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the news group, Newspapers Limited, who owns The Sun, and then Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This was published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018. Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
The same as in the facts that you, because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
And why not?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit, it's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
In your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
The view on his acting ability has not changed.
Well, I'm taking your definition of reputation, you said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific definition and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has not changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation, which is what a person is known for, is there any aspect of what Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Do you make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Yes.
And what is that distinction?
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
And that was back in October 2016?
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yes.
Okay. Did that change over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
It changed with the exposure of that came with the lawsuits.
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we've already taken a look at: Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15? No, I mean 14?
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No.
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity and suing?
Probably. Agree with that?
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both that have been made public.
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
I don't know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order have had a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino, we were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yes. Well,
yes.
First the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence by Mr. Depp against her, are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten in The Sun included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten and Son?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post?
Okay.
Are you aware of any roles or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the Waldman tweet from May 2020 relating to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016? And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Do you remember which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out here. And why, what is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
Conversations with colleagues and studio execs.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer about Pirate 6 and Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Do you recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
When you say everyone was aware, how do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The people who would have been involved in making that decision.
Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the only person at Disney that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear, did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Witham, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. You had indicated that you believed that everyone was aware that the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart of this. I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we were just talking about this before the break. Jerry Bruckheimer did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp and Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, use the same word, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I'm asking.
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp at Disney?
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Wiggum say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
Same thing.
Okay. Just that they made the decision.
Correct.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated by it?
No.
Were you aware that the filming had to be shut down for a period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger?
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others who were on the project, about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree with it?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, it wasn't the most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent Pirates 6?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of Mr. Depp made any efforts with Disney to find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirate Spy?
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but other people at CAA for sure did, yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wigham.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's
Volume
deposition,
2.
at which,
Okay, maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we? It's close enough to it.
absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, before we get to volume 2, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Please do not talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
So, like, I honestly think the judge is as bored as this stuff as we are. She's taking an awful lot of breaks. They just went to lunch. They just got back, 20 minutes ago? So I don't really understand why they're taking a break 20 minutes later. But you can tell the judge is like, I'm over this already. I've never seen a judge take breaks that quickly. Because they literally, unless they're ending at 3, it's the only thing I could think of. But yeah, they just got back from lunch. They got back at 2 o'clock, right? I don't know, at least I'm doing something productive. Because this needed to get done. Didn't they, like, honestly, didn't they just get back from break at 2 o'clock? Like, didn't we just start? $3:15 in Fairfax. Fairfax what, Virginia? I was thinking Fairfax, California. That's true, too. D-Land, did you... You know, it's funny that you say that, because I was thinking of that. Like, I keep... Every time she's, like, say something, I'm like, see? You didn't need to object. I'm so glad he won that. But that's crazy, though. They're probably stopping at, like, 4. I guarantee they're going to stop after this guy. The judge is, like, over it. But I also wonder if the judge looks at the jury and sees, like, if their ADD is kicking in. Court came back on an hour and 15 minutes ago. Why do I think they just got back at 2? So what did we watch this afternoon? Do you know how hard it is coming up with names for wax melt? Why do I think they just got back? What did we watch? Isn't that the first thing we saw, though? This is how much it's held my interest that I can't remember who came before this guy. I don't think anything did, though. I'm not sure who this helps. I'm really not sure. Isn't this guy the first person we've seen since break, though? Since lunch? I'm pretty sure this was the first person. And he was only on for 20 minutes. Is my brain, like, gone? Thank you. That is the first witness. And he was on for 20 minutes. So how is that an hour and 17 minutes? I'm lost. Where did we lose an hour? Honestly, where did we lose an hour? This guy was on for 20 minutes. That's what I kept hearing. I keep hearing a noise. I thought the dog wanted to come in. Then I realized the dog was in already. I think my dog's playing with me. We are on day 10, correct. But seriously, I'm like, where did that hour go? Because he wasn't on for an hour and 20 minutes. I don't know. I'm totally lost. I feel like we were taken by aliens for an hour. His time showed he was only on for 20 minutes. So where'd the hour go? Oh, I think my box got in. I hear FedEx. I hear that FedEx door. You guys hear that FedEx door? It's coming knocking. Oh, that's true too. If it was pre-recorded, it was definitely pre-recorded. It shows the date. Quinny, I space out too. That's what I'm saying. Totally space out. Then all this break time, I gotta figure out how to entertain you guys. I need to eat something though. I'm starving. My first crush, my first two crushes were John Travolta and Nikki Sixx. And both of them I still have a crush on. So that says a lot about my loyalty. I'm very loyal. And I had a girl crush on someone. I think Heather Locklear. I think she was my girl crush. Jelly Belly Wax Melts, Butt Naked, Leather and Lace. I like leather and lace. Nope, I never found it, Quinny. I have no idea what happened to it. I must have thrown it out accidentally. We searched everywhere. I know, right, Amber? Afternoon Delight, Mile High, Sensual Healing. Mile High, maybe. On these, Sensual Healing, Afternoon Delight doesn't fit the scent. Michelle Pfeiffer? I haven't seen her in years. Robert Redford? Blech. Never liked him. But he was like generation after me. I remember when everyone had a crush on Mel Gibson. I was like, ew. Yes, his exes do talk good about him. See, Peter, I disagree. I totally disagree. I kind of thought that at first, but no. She definitely set him up. When you record somebody at their worst moments, you're going to look stupid. You're going to look bad. I mean, your job as your partner, as your girlfriend, as your wife, is to calm someone down and make them feel better, not worse. River Phoenix, I had another crush on too, but that was in my teenage years. No, I know, I got it, Ann. That's what I'm saying. The Smell, Mile High is a good one. Sensual Healing doesn't fit the ones I'm doing. Dolph Lundgren. I know. Sean Connery, yeah, you're a generation after me. Speaking of generations, I was talking to Dayton the other day. He told me, this is Dayton's own words, Sage says the same thing, Generation Z, the women are different. In Generation Z and after, because I think it starts over, AB, Generation Z, women go Dutch more and men don't have to pay for everything. I said, well, I'm Generation X, and yeah, they do. Men pay for things. It's not separated. Women are still women, and they will always, Mom, it's not like that now. Well, it better be like that now, because it's been like that since the beginning of time. I don't think something can change. That's true. You can't reason with a person drinking heavily or on drugs, but you can kind of. But we're only seeing a small part of when he was at his worst. We're not seeing the big picture. It is a big, big difference. I like providing for my women in all areas. I'm telling you, Dayton seems to think that Generation Z is different. Yeah, she just recorded him at the worst times. So anybody is going to look horrible at those moments. That's what you can't forget. See, that's different though, Peter. I lived with a alcoholic and a drug addict, but he wasn't like that. But if I was to record him at those moments, it would be pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm very, like, old school like that. I think guys should still pay for women. Sorry. And the Dutch thing is why girls are not respected. I agree. See, Chris, you must be Generation Z, because that's how Generation Z is. Sage and her boyfriend go hand in hand. Like, they'll buy one, then she'll buy one, then he'll buy one. Fuck that. Men should always pay. She was too young to deal with him. What is Generation Z? Teenagers. Teenagers now. You're a millennial and you think like that? I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that too, Sarah. She will be nothing. Yeah, but independent is different. You can still be independent and not pay for stuff. I think men should pay. Sorry, I do. She didn't want to deal with him. I think she wanted to own him. She wanted to destroy him, so he depended on her. That's my opinion, what she wanted. And she came close. Hang on one second. Whoops. I thought FedEx was here, but it's not. Well, it's not really early if it's 3-something. I don't think she loved him either. She may have liked him for the first year, and then after that, she didn't. because she was recording him in 13. They just hooked up in 12. So if they had just started dating in 2012 and then she started recording him in 2013, she was setting him up because then she married him. That's also part of why I can't give her any kind of credit, because if he was so bad in 2013 and 2014, why'd you marry him in 2015? That's why I believe this whole thing is a setup by her, and I just can't get into it. That once I found out when they got married, it was after all of these recordings, after all the drug use, after all of everything, that he had no idea she had all these recordings and she still married him. That blows your whole theory right out the window, that she didn't do this for narcissistic reasons or she did this for good reasons. Nah, she fucked up. Totally fucked up. See, Joy, that's what I need. I need someone like that. I'll find me a good man eventually. It may take a little while because he's lost somewhere, but he'll find me. He'll find me one day. My dad found my mom someone, so he'll find me someone. And maybe Brad will find me someone. But I have a feeling the next man that comes into my life that I get serious with is going to be the one. Who's going to be perfect. Perfect. Peter, I am, but I never respond to anybody. I'm horrible. I might as well not even be on it because I look and then someone will talk to me and like within 5 seconds I'm like, eh. Yeah, but Nan's live, I haven't been looking for years. And I still haven't met anyone. And it's funny because when we were in Iowa, I did my hair every day, I did my makeup every day, I got dressed every day. Before I left the hotel, I was, ready. Here, this is what you get. Which is dumb. I don't know why I do that. A lot of people are losers. A lot of people are losers everywhere. Not just on dating sites. But my personal thing is, believe me, I'm no prude, but don't talk to me about looks or sex or anything like before a first date. That freaks me out. It does. I don't know why people do that. Like, ew, you never even met me. And it gives me the creeps. So that's usually why I'm done with them before the first conversation or after the first conversation. What kind of guy am I looking for? One that looks like Nikki Sixx and has the intelligence of Einstein. Someone that's smart and sarcastic and funny and sexy and intelligent. That gets my humor. I'm really not looking for a lot, but I am. All right, and woohoo! Nah, he's too short for me. Johnny Depp is too short. Why would you still marry? She's a compliment. That's what I'm saying. They're both like whacked. JD is Johnny Depp, I think. And they can't be a drinker. I really don't like drinking. I did that once. Never again. Andy Griffith ain't bad. Judge is like, please don't subject us to more of this. That's what I'm saying though. Like, I want someone, if I'm meeting you for the first time or I'm talking to you online, I want you to ask about my life, ask about my kids, ask about my goals. That's what I want someone talking to me about. Not, oh my God, you look great, blah, blah, blah. I'd love to see you on a beach. Like, stupid shit like that. I can't stand that. Like, ask about my life or my children or my goals or my future or something. That's why most men turn me off within 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, which is the questioning from counsel for Mr. Depp.
Okay, thank you.
You're aware that this litigation involves a dispute between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Who did you meet first?
Amber.
When did you meet her?
I don't know exactly when, but probably within the first few years of being at CAA.
Okay. So can we, as an estimate, say 2005, 2006 time frame?
Sure. I don't actually know, but sure.
But it was pretty early on at your career at CAA.
Correct.
And describe for me the events of your meeting her.
She was represented theatrically at the time by an agent named Warren Zavala, who has since left CAA, and he brought her down to my office because he wanted me to represent her with him, specifically in the commercial space.
And what do you mean represent her in the commercial space?
Help identify business opportunities for her with brands.
Okay. So not as an actor?
Correct.
And did you take on that representation?
I did.
And at some point in time, you did consider her a friend, as in addition to you two working together. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that regard, did you and her do anything social?
Yes.
And can you describe for me generally what types of activities you two would do together as friends?
We would go to dinner, go to events together, just hang out at each other's residences.
And at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend?
Yes.
And how did that relationship evolve? And I'm just talking about you and Mr. Depp becoming friends.
I spent a fair amount of time with both of them together, and at some point started to spend time with him on my own as well.
I see. And at some point in time, did Mr. Depp become a good a friend to you as Ms. Heard? I'm sorry. Let me re-ask that also. Did you consider, at some point in time, did you consider Mr. Depp a friend to the same degree you considered Ms. Heard a friend?
Yes.
And at some point let me ask you, at some point in time, did you represent Mr. Depp professionally?
Yes.
And can you explain to me how it came to you representing Mr. Depp professionally?
Johnny asked me to represent him.
And when you began representing Mr. Depp, did you continue representing Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. Depp's agent was prior to you?
He was represented at another talent agency, UTA.
Do you still work for Mr. Depp?
I do not.
Do you recall when you stopped working for Mr. Depp?
Within the past 2 years.
And can you describe the circumstances of you no longer working for Mr. Depp?
He left CAA to follow an agent who left CAA to become part of a founding group in a new management company.
And who is that person?
Jack Wiggum.
Was Mr. Wiggum ever affiliated with CAA?
Yes.
Okay. And say that when Jack Wiggum departed CAA, Johnny went with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Depp left CAA, did you remain friends with him?
No.
Okay. Well, I should probably first ask, at some point in time, did your friendship with Mr. Depp end?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say at the time he left CAA.
And did him leaving CAA have something to do with the end of the friendship?
I don't know.
Are you still friends with Miss Heard?
No.
And when did that friendship end?
Probably when the legal disputes started.
And what legal dispute are you referring to? This one?
I'm not sure which one was first, but one of the disputes between Johnny and Amber.
Okay. But your friendship with, you're not referring to their divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you remain friends with both of them through their divorce. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Although you're no longer friends with Mr. Depp, do you have any animosity towards him?
I do not.
And same question with respect to Miss Heard. Although you're not friends with her any longer, do you have any animosity towards her?
I do not.
Do you recall when it is the last time you spoke with Miss Heard?
I do not.
Would it have been around the same time that your friendship ended with her?
I would assume so.
Exhibit 16.
Now, Mr. Carino, you'll see at the bottom here, and tell me if you can see it. Do you see at the bottom, it has a bait stamp number under the yellow tag, CC00070.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document? And take your time if you need to review it.
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand this to be a true and authentic copy of email exchange in which you were involved?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And you'll see it's dated January 11th, 2018, and the subject is WME.
do you know what is your understanding of what WME is?
William Morris Endeavor.
And what is that?
It's another talent agency.
Okay. And you've read this email from Ms. Hurd to you, correct?
Correct.
So at this point in time, was she a close friend of yours?
Yes.
And ultimately, did she leave CAA?
Yes.
And it was at this time?
Yes.
During the entire time you represented Ms. Hurd, did Mr. Depp ever interfere with your representation of Ms. Hurd?
No.
Did he ever ask you to do anything with respect to her career?
Not that I can recall.
Exhibit 17.
Now, Mr. Carino, this particular document was not produced by you. You'll see that at the bottom here. The date stamp indicates ALH. That means it was produced by Ms. Hurd. And this appears to be a text exchange between you and her. It's about a page and a half. If you could take the time to read it, and then I will ask you questions about it.
I read it.
And you'll see at the top, Mr. Carino, that it's dated July 14th, 2016. Based on that date and based on reading this text exchange, at this point in time, were you close friends with both Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And having read the text exchange, do you believe this to be a true and correct representation of the exchange?
Yes.
And to be authentic in that regard?
Yes.
Now, you start the text exchange by indicating JD just surfaced. What is the JD reference?
Johnny Depp.
And she says, I saw Laurel yesterday.
Amazing.
Who is Laurel?
Laurel's a therapist.
Do you know her full name?
Laurel Anderson.
Did you independently know Laurel?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with Laurel seeing either Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me, please?
I introduced them all.
And what was the purpose of you introducing her to them?
They needed help.
And can you explain to me in more detail what you mean by that?
I think it was at a time where they needed somebody to help mediate the difficulties they were having.
And what do you mean by difficulties?
The strains on their relationship.
And in that regard, did you have conversations with Ms. Hurd about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine for how long a period of time did Ms. Hurd have conversations with you about the state of her relationship with Mr. Depp? Can you give me a time frame?
I would say she talked to me about the state of their relationship from the beginning until the end.
The entire time you knew her? I'm sorry, the entire time you considered her a friend?
Yes.
Okay. And how about Mr. Depp? Did you have conversations with him about the state of his relationship with Ms. Hurd?
Yes.
And were those ongoing during the entire time you were friends with him?
Yes.
You say they both confided in you in that regard?
Yes.
So back to this text exchange. Where my cursor is, Ms. Heard says to you, yeah, she said that Johnny and I need to talk directly. Do you know who do you know who Ms. Heard's referring to there?
Laurel.
That was your understanding after reading this?
Yes.
And then you ask her, do you want to do something tomorrow? She says, yeah. She says, IDP, I do. You say, ha, okay. And then you say, what is safe to do? Do you want to come to my place for dinner? What did you mean by what is safe to do?
It meant avoiding paparazzi.
Okay. And then she says, it's so fucked up. I just want to tell him that what they are telling him isn't true. What was your understanding of what she meant by that sentence?
I don't recall.
Mr. Garino, while she's doing that, at the outset of this deposition, I asked you if you recall being deposed about a year ago in this case, and you said yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to show you now is the transcript, a portion of the transcript from that deposition. And who is Mr. Bruckheimer?
Jerry Bruckheimer is the producer of the Pirates franchise.
And who is Mr. Wiggum?
Jack Wiggum was an agent at CA who worked with Johnny.
Okay. And who is Mr. Lord?
Brian is one of the managing partners of CAA and also worked on Johnny Depp.
And what was your understanding of why the Pirate 6 job was not offered to Mr. Depp?
Leo, you're asking my opinion?
Yes.
Because of the accusations that Amber had made.
And what I'm about to show you, Mr. Carino, is a article in the Washington Post authored by Ms. Heard. You're going to notice that the article will be presented sideways. So you'll have to tilt your head a bit to review it.
719.
Do you, first, Mr. Carino, why don't you take control and just scroll through the document? It's just a couple pages.
Is this the top of the next page?
Yeah, when there's a jump like that, it's just at the top of the next page.
Women's rights at the American Civil Liberties Union. Can I just cut this part out? Would I?
Okay.
Mr. Carino, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
Do you know who wrote this document?
Yes.
Who wrote this document?
Amber.
Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see there on this first page of the document, it actually indicates that it's written by Amber Heard on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you understand that this document was authored by Ms. Heard and published on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And do you recall reading it at the time it was published?
No.
Mr. Carino, I'm showing you an email exchange in which you were involved. It's just this one page. I'll blow it up so you can review it. Take a second to review it, please.
Okay.
And
what did I miss?
Let's start at the bottom of this. Well, do you see at the top that the email gray line is entitled Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't return in new Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Yes.
And this email exchange was on December 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that the article you just read published by Ms. Heard was published on December 18th, 2018, 2 days before this?
Yes.
Now, if you go to the bottom of this email, do you see there's this link to an article?
Yes.
And it says URL defense, it says movieweb.com.
Yes.
Mr. Carino, what I put up next to the email exchange that we've been discussing is an article dated December 20th, 2018. Okay. So this article is dated December 20th, 2018. The email sent to you by Robin Baum is that same day, December 20th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Who is Ms. Baum?
Johnny's publicist.
Okay. And she's sending this article to you, is that right?
Yes.
And then in response, you say, were we told this officially from Disney? And she responds, I'm sorry, Jack Wiggum responds, no. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sure. So you testified just a few minutes ago that it was your opinion that Mr. Depp lost the Pirates 6 movie because of Ms. Heard's allegations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Allegations of abuse, correct?
Yes.
Ooh.
And is this a demonstration of when Disney made that decision to not hire Mr. Depp for Pirates 6?
Yes.
Exhibit 22.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically abuse Ms. Heard?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she had been physically abused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had physically abused Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness any injuries on Ms. Heard that would indicate that she was physically abused?
No.
Now, again, this is a few months after the filing of the divorce papers and the TRO, and Ms. Heard states to you, "I'll call you right back, sorry." And you say, "Okay." She says, "Is it too late to call?" And you say, "Just finishing dinner, we'll call you as soon as we walk out within 20. And she says, "Please tell him I love him." Is that an accurate reading of the text exchange so far?
Yes.
Do you know
Team
if
Amber
at
in the
this
chat.
time,
Miss
based on
donation for
your
Amber.
relationship with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
It's your understanding that she did?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard, based on your personal friendship with Ms. Heard, close personal friendship with Ms. Heard, would you say that she confided in you?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, at some point in time, after Ms. Heard filed those divorce papers in May of 2016, did she make any requests of you to intervene in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
What do you mean by intervene?
Assist in, let's start with assist in communications between the two.
Objection. Same objections.
Can you explain to me what transpired in that regard? Walk me through.
At some point around that time, she wanted me to arrange for them to get together in person.
And what did you do after that was requested of you by Ms. Heard?
I talked to Johnny about it.
What happened after that?
He was reluctant at first and then agreed.
And then what happened after that?
I mean, it's a long time ago, but I remember there was a fair amount of discussion about the TRO and how we would deal with that because nobody wanted Johnny accused of violating the TRO as an outcome of that meeting. And I don't remember exactly what we did, but Amber at some point warranted that she would never accuse him of violating the TRO to do the meeting, and I set the meeting up.
So just so I understand, you set the meeting up at the request of Ms. Heard?
Objection.
Yeah.
And as part of you setting up, she told you that it didn't matter. What I'm trying to understand, what was the issue with respect to the TRO?
My understanding of a restraining order, at least at the time, was that he couldn't go within a certain distance of her.
Okay. And what was her suggestion with respect to that issue in connection with her wanting to meet with him?
She promised me and told me to relay to him that she would never accuse him of violating the restraining order as a result of agreeing to meet her. And I believe, but I don't recall exactly, there were conversations with both sides legally, I believe at the time, to make it transparent to everybody that this was happening.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I arranged the meeting. Johnny was in San Francisco on tour, and I arranged to borrow a friend's house, and Amber and I flew to San Francisco and drove to the house, and Johnny showed up a few hours later.
And did the two of them meet
Yes,
in the same room?
they sat outside.
Okay. How close to each other were they?
Inches away from each other.
And how long were they out there talking? For how long were they out there talking?
Several hours.
Did you, although you weren't out there, were you in a position where you could see them through a window or otherwise?
Yes.
At some point in time, the conversation ended, correct?
Correct.
And what happened after that?
I received a call or a text from Steve, whose house it was, and he notified me that he would be coming back to the house within the next hour or so. And I told Johnny and Amber, and we decided to rent a hotel room in San Francisco so that they could continue to talk.
And did that in fact happen?
Objection.
And at some point in time, you left that house, correct, to go to San Francisco?
Yes.
And was it the three of you?
No. Johnny had security with him, and we talked about the fact that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to be seen together. So Johnny left with his security in his car, and I believe Amber and I took an Uber.
And what happened after that?
We all met at the hotel room.
And do you know what happened after that?
They started arguing.
And do you recall any details of the argument?
No.
And for how long was this argument had in a hotel room?
Yes.
Did you witness the entire discussion, or did you leave at some point?
I left the next morning at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning.
And Mr. Carino, I'm showing you emails that were produced by you. First, the bottom of the first page, it starts at the bottom of the first page. The string above it was redacted. And you'll see that it starts on August 7th, 2017. Do you see that?
August 7th, 2017, yes.
Having read it, can you determine who you're speaking with in this text exchange?
Amber.
Oh, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you know whether or not Ms. Heard ever had a relationship with Mr. Elon Musk?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it was
She
the
did?
photo official.
Yes.
So again, it's dated August of 2017. And she says, dealing with breakup, I hate when things go public. See, I'm so sad. Having reviewed the document again, do you have an understanding of what she's referencing there?
I believe she's referring to breaking up with Elon.
You say, seems like a press release. You weren't in love with him, and you told me 1,000 times you were just filling space. What are you saying there?
I'm saying, why would you be sad if you weren't in love with him to begin with?
And by him, you're referring to who?
Elon.
Okay. And at this point in time, were you still close friends with Miss Heard?
Looks like that's the case at that time. Yes.
And did she still, at this point in time, did she confide in you about her relationships?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, she responds, I know, but I wanted time to grieve and recover in my own time. Is she still referring to Mr. Musk there? Do you know? Your understanding.
I don't know whether she's referring to Johnny or to Elon in that line.
Okay. In this point in time, do you know what her feelings were? What was your understanding? At this point in time, what was your understanding based on your experience with her? What was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't believe there was a relationship at that point.
And you say, and you got that? No. She says, I hate that. Yet again, a man lets me fall on the spikes by myself. You ask, how so? She says, oops. Meaning they are mad at me for leaving them and put things like this out there. You say, sorry. She says like that. You say, you could avoid all this if you stopped dating uber famous people. You can be with a big man who isn't famous. What were you relating to her there?
I believe what I was saying was, if you don't like being in the press about your personal life, then don't date people that are famous.
Sure. You indicated that she moved on immediately after Johnny Depp to date Elon Musk. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Do you have an understanding one way or another whether Ms. Heard and Mr. Musk were in fact dating at the time of the San Francisco reconciliation that she asked you to set up?
I don't know whether they were dating, but they had definitely spent time together.
And do you know how long after the San Francisco attempted reconciliation you gained the understanding that Elon Musk and Ms. Heard were in fact dating?
I don't know exactly how long, but not long after.
Do you know who or what was your understanding of who she was referring to when she said, here, I love him?
Johnny.
Based on this exchange, did you have an understanding at this time whether Ms. Heard wanted to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe she did.
And at this point in time, she was still a close personal friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did she consider you a confidant in your understanding?
I think, yes.
Okay, just to authenticate this document again, Mr. Carino, do you see that it's referenced at the bottom, Bates stamp CC, indicating that you produced this document?
Yes.
And having read this, do you perceive this as a true copy of a text exchange between you and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, you see at the very top here, it's dated August 16th, 2017.
Yes.
And Ms. Heard states to you, I've written so many notes. Can you give him one? I don't know how or where to start. There's no way to begin. And all I have to say, but I have so many. Finally, I am single, clear in my heart and mind. I just want him to know I loved him and that I am sorry. Do you have an understanding of who Ms. Heard is referring to here?
Yes.
And who is Ms. Heard referring to in this text?
Johnny.
And what is she asking you to do here?
She was asking me to deliver a letter that she was writing to him.
And did she also want you to, and it says, and that I am sorry. What was your understanding of what she was asking you to do there, if anything?
I believe that was all in reference to getting him a handwritten letter that she was writing or trying to write.
Was it your understanding at the time of this text exchange, August 24, 2017, that Miss Amber was attempting to reconcile with Mr. Depp?
I believe so.
Okay. And I know this may sound repetitive, but on August 20, at the time of this text, on August 24th, 2017, you and her were still close personal friends, correct?
I believe so.
There's not much here at all, Mr. Carino, but I did want you to confirm that this was a document produced by you, correct, based on the bait stamp on the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see it's dated September 27th, 2017?
September 23rd.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. It's dated September 23rd, 2017. And it's a text to you that says, God, I miss him. Do you have an understanding of who Miss Hurd is referring to there?
Yes.
And who's that?
Johnny.
And do you see at the bottom, the date of the text is June 9th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I text him happy birthday. Do you know who sent that and who the him is?
I assume this is from Amber and she's talking about Johnny.
You've had a chance to review the whole document. Carino, what does this appear to be?
It appears to be the communications around the time that we set up the meeting in San Francisco.
And who are these communications between?
Me and Johnny.
Okay. And this first bubble, can you tell if the blue is you or Mr. Depp?
I think the blue is me.
Sure. Earlier in your deposition, at the very outset, I was asking you about your representation of individuals at CAA. You indicated that you represent individuals that are both actors and musicians. Would you consider Mr. Depp in that pool?
Yes.
And you represented, or CAA represented him both in connection with his acting endeavors and his involvement with the vampires?
Yes.
And was Mr. Depp's participation in Hollywood Vampires lucrative?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was something Mr. Depp enjoyed?
Yes.
You.
Plaintiff calls Laura Wasser by deposition, Your Honor.
Oh, Laura Wasser.
W-A-S-S-E-R.
Okay. So this is the divorce attorney. Just says she's like big, too, or popular or something.
Will you please
Laura
state
Wasser.
your name and address for the record?
Laura Allison Wasser, Wasser, Cooperman and Mandels, Suite 800, 2049 Century Park East, Los Angeles, California, 90049.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm an attorney at law.
And how long have you been an attorney?
26 years.
You represented Mr. Depp in the divorce against Amber Heard, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are here under subpoena?
Yes.
Your practice has primarily been focused on domestic relations in California, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you a member of any bar other than California?
No.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a no-fault state with respect to divorce?
The answer is that California was a no-fault state during that period.
During the period 2012 to 2016, was California a community property state with respect to the division of assets in a divorce?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
California is a community property state, and what that means to me is that assets which were earned or created during the course of the marriage, absent some other theory of law applied, be divided equally.
And what do you mean by absent some theory or law applied?
I'm sorry, Elaine, what was the question? Oh, a theory of law. When I say a theory of law, I mean if there's a premarital agreement, if there's some other, it's not completely blanket community property. There may be things that were earned from a separate property source that would not be considered community property. So I was just trying to provide, for the record, some exceptions to what would be considered community property and therefore divided equally.
Now, if someone alleges domestic violence or abuse against their spouse, would that change the amount they would otherwise be entitled to under community property laws?
No.
In obtaining a temporary restraining order, what is your understanding of the process?
The moving party files generally with 24 hours notice to the person who is being accused of domestic violence a declaration and forms with the court and requests a temporary domestic violence restraining order. That will generally last no longer than a 21-day period when the defendant is able to make his or her arguments as to why such a restraining order would be inappropriate.
And the temporary restraining order, can it be continued?
Yes.
When did you first begin representing Mr. Depp relating to his divorce with Amber Heard?
I believe it was in December of 2015.
I'm going to ask you to pull up document 1, Wasser document 1, and let's go ahead and label that as Wasser exhibit number 1. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser deposition exhibit number 1. It is a letter dated May 24, 2016. It's addressed to Jacob Bloom, and it says, in remarriage of Depp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Samantha Spector, who indicates she's representing Amber Heard. As of the time of this letter, had you made known to Amber Heard or Ms. Spector or anyone else related to them that you represented Mr. Depp?
I don't believe so.
Did you receive a copy of this letter from someone?
I believe so. I think I've seen it before, so yes.
Did you receive this letter on or around May 24, 2016?
Okay, next page, please. Hang on. Yes, it was around that time.
Around May 24, 2016?
Yes.
Did you have any communications with Samantha Spector in connection with this letter?
Yes,
And when you say within days, could it have been the same day, May 24th, the next day, 25th?
possibly.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next paragraph. It says, to this end, please have Johnny promptly sign and return by Friday, May 27, 2016, the enclosed notice of acknowledgement receipt form, confirming service of the summons, petition, law, case cover sheet, and blank response. Did you do that?
This letter was not directed to me, Elaine.
No, I understand it, but it was given to you, correct?
I believe so.
And you were representing Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Bloom did not represent Mr. Depp in connection with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
So once Mr. Bloom gave this to you, then did you represent Mr. Depp going forward in communications with Samantha Spector?
Once we received this letter, our firm took over with representation of Mr. Depp in the dissolution action. I cannot recall whether or not the request made was done by Friday, May 27th, but I believe that it was. Probably have that notice and acknowledgement of receipt somewhere with a date on it.
Now, the next section, I think, is something that you referred to earlier. It said, in addition, we are requesting on Amber's behalf the following. And it says appropriate pendente light support. Did you have an understanding of what that amount might be at the time that you saw this letter?
I did not have an understanding of what appropriate pendente lite support would be at that time.
Did you ask Samantha Spector?
I don't recall. I don't recall our specific communications regarding her requests.
Do you recall making any kind of counter to any of these items?
All I recall is that without any notice to us at 8:30 in the morning on the 27th, Samantha Spector and her client went into court and obtained a no-notice ex parte restraining order.
Had you had any communications with Samantha Spector prior to her going into court on that Friday, May 27th?
Yes.
How many communications had you had with Ms. Spector prior, following getting this letter and prior to her going into court at 8:30 on May 27, 2016?
I do not recall.
Do you have a recollection of whether any of the communications that you had with Ms. Spector between the receipt of this letter that's dated May 24, 2016, and Ms. Spector going into court on Friday, May 27, 2016, related in any way to requests on your behalf, on behalf of your client that you made?
No.
You recall having communications with Samantha Spector between May 24 and May 27. You can't recall how many, and you can't recall the specifics of those communications. Is that accurate?
It's not accurate.
And in what way? Please tell me.
I recall that we had communications between the 24th and probably the 26th. I doubt we spoke on the morning of the 27th before she went into court. I do not know the content of those communications, and I do not know how many communications were had.
Now, on the next paragraph, it has a proposal for private retired judicial officers. Ultimately, did you and Ms. Spector talk about using private retired judicial officers, whether it was the list she provided or any others?
I believe so, yes.
And what do you recall?
My recollection is that in almost all of our cases, certainly those with high profile clients, we would have liked to take it out of the system. Ms. Spector was not willing to do that with this case.
What do you recall Ms. Spector saying to indicate that she did not want to take it out of the public spectrum?
I don't recall her saying anything.
Okay. Now, after your understanding was that a CLETS DVTRO was in fact obtained on Friday, May 27, 2016 by Ms. Heard against Mr. Depp, correct?
That is my understanding.
After that, did there come a time that you or anyone at your law firm communicated with the Eastern Columbia Building concierge staff or management?
Was those the downtown lofts?
The penthouse lofts, yes. And if it's easier for you, everyone's been referring to the Eastern Columbia Building as ECB. Would that be helpful at all?
Sure.
Or we can, if you prefer to call them the penthouse loft building, that's fine too.
Now that we've identified them, I understand what you're talking about. We can call them whatever you'd like. Did someone from my firm speak with somebody at those buildings? Yes.
And who from your firm spoke with someone at the buildings and when?
I believe either I did or my partner Samantha Klein or an associate who was also working on the case, Lisa Sutton from our firm. We also had co-counsel on the case. They may have been involved. As to when, I have to imagine it was sometime in June or July of 2016.
No, you indicated either you or Samantha Klein or Lisa Sutton, and you also had co-counsel. Do you have a specific recollection of speaking with anyone at the ECB building?
I don't.
What were Samantha Klein's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were Samantha Klein's communication with the ECB building?
Okay.
And her answer was, I don't know.
Thank you.
What were Lisa Sutton's communications with the ECB building?
I don't know.
What were your co-counsel's communications with the ECB building? And when I say ECB building, I'm not talking about the structure. I'm talking about the individuals who worked there.
I don't know.
And just so we're clear here, you don't recall any communications with the ECB building staff as well, correct?
You asked me if I had a specific recollection. I do not.
Do you have a general recollection?
I believe that at some point we subpoenaed the building's records of the video from the lobby and elevator areas. So I would imagine that the communications would have to do with those subpoenas.
Are you able to testify to any conversation you or anyone at your firm or your co-counsel had with the ECB building staff?
I am sure that there were conversations and communications regarding the production of the subpoenaed documents, review of the subpoenaed documents, their compliance with, I believe it was Ms. Spector's subpoena that was sent, our ability to review the videos, coordination of same. But I don't have a specific recollection of any communications.
Are you able to speak to whether there were any conversations between you, anyone at your law firm, or your co-counsel and ECB building personnel prior to your issuing the subpoena?
Also, I don't believe that the subpoena was issued by our firm. As you said.
So you don't have a recollection of a subpoena being issued on Mr. Depp's behalf for the ECB building surveillance tapes?
I don't know. I know there was one issued. I believe it was issued by Ms. Spector.
Let's talk about the videos that you just referred to from the ECB building staff. How did you and your firm or your co-counsel receive these videos?
I don't recall. I would imagine like a e-file or something like that.
Now, is it your recollection that there was just one e-file that contained all of the surveillance tapes?
I don't have a recollection as to whether it was 1 or 7 or what. I just don't know.
When you were talking about receiving the video surveillance footage on whatever, whether it was 1 file or 7 files, whether it was e-file or whatever, did you have any understanding that you were not provided the full amount that was requested, whatever the amount was?
No.
So you thought you received whatever you were supposed to receive, is that fair?
Yes.
What did you do with the actual surveillance video footage that you received?
I believe we kept it on the computer at least for the next couple of months in preparation for trial. I don't know where it is now.
That's my next question. Is there a time that you no longer possess the video surveillance footage that was sent to you by the ECB building?
Not off soon.
I don't know.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 2, and it's a multi-page document, and so I'm going to scroll down a little bit, but you let me know if I'm going too fast here. It's dated June 3rd, and it's to Samantha Klein. She was working with you on the Depp case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's from Samantha Spector, which you can see there, and we'll show you the signature later. And it's litigation hold preservation of information, including not limited to electronically stored information. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this letter? And if you want me to scroll down and let you read each page, I'm happy to do that.
How long is this?
I'm familiar with this letter. I recall receiving it.
And did you receive this letter before you received the surveillance footage from the ECB building?
I am not sure.
Well, I think you had indicated that you thought that it was in June or July that you received the surveillance footage. Is that still your best recollection?
Looking at the date and knowing the chronology of the case, it is my best estimate that we received this letter prior to the time that we received the video footage.
Ms. Wasser, what steps did you and your firm and co-counsel take to preserve the surveillance video footage of ECB from the time you received it going forward?
I think the absence of us doing anything to destroy the video footage would be the most I could testify regarding in terms of steps that we took to preserve the video footage.
What do you guys say about that?
Are you aware of any destruction of the video footage, the surveillance video footage from ECB up to the present?
No, we probably still have it.
Have you looked for it?
No,
Have you been asked to look for it?
no.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has now been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 3, and it's dated June 6, 2013, addressed to you, and it's from Charles Harder. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder also represented Amber Heard?
I did when I received this letter on June 6th.
Okay. And did you have an understanding that Mr. Harder was also asking you to preserve any evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 4. It's dated June 6th as well, and it's to Charles Harder from your phone. And you are acknowledging receipt of the preservation demand letter from Ms. Heard as well as his, and you indicated we are fully aware of our obligations with respect to the preservation of evidence. Please rest assured that we intend to comply with the preservation demand and expect that Ms. Heard will do so as well. Do you recall saying that in this letter?
Yes,
And was this letter in fact from you to Mr. Harder?
it was.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 5. It's a letter dated June 21, 2016 to Samantha Spector, Charles Harder, and Leonard Levine, I think it's pronounced, remarriage of Depp. And it's from Samantha Klein. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And you are copied on it. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Klein worked with your law firm?
Yes.
And represented Mr. Depp as well? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to go back up to the beginning to call your attention to a particular section. It says, this letter shall confirm the agreements we reached yesterday with respect to the pending domestic violence proceeding. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go down to the media, press, and it says, neither party nor his or her respective counsel, representatives, or agents shall make any comments in the media or press pertaining to this dissolution action, the civil action pending against Doug Spinell, and or any pending or future litigation between or involving the parties. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Does that accurately reflect the agreement that was made between the parties with respect to Amber Heard and Mr. Depp and communications with the press?
Yes.
Do you know Liz Walters?
Who?
Liz Walters?
Yes.
And who is she?
She is a reporter.
For?
I believe she works for her brother's online media outlet called The Blast.
Did you have any communications with Liz Walters during the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Did you have any communications with TMZ relating to the Depp-Heard divorce?
I don't recall.
Now, do you recall what the date was for the permanent TRO, temporary restraining order? Do you recall the date that you said that early on, 21 days after the temporary restraining order is typically the date that's set for the hearing for the defendant if they want to come in and oppose it, or if the petitioner wants to extend it? Do you recall what the first date was?
I don't, but I would imagine it was probably at some point in early June.
All right. And then do you recall that date being continued?
I do.
How many times?
At least twice. possibly 3 times. I think that the final date was at some point in August, and we settled right before then.
All right, Alan, can we bring up document number 7?
I got something coming after the stream too.
Thank you, Alan. Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 7. It is dated August 5, 2016. It is to you from Samantha Spector. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall, did you receive this document?
Doesn't it say at the top that it's protected under 1152?
It sure does. All I'm asking you is whether you received it. I'm not asking you about the substance.
I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to believe you did not receive it?
I don't.
Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 8. And it starts out with an email from Samantha Spector to Amber on August 6, 2016. Do you recall what was going on or around August 16 in divorce, in connection with the divorce?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know who Christian Carino is?
I do.
Okay, who is he?
He's an agent at a creative artist agency.
How long have you known Christian Carino?
I've known of Christian for maybe 10 years.
Were you aware that Mr. Carino was involved in organizing, if you will, or assisting Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard with their own meeting to try to resolve their case up in San Francisco?
Possibly. That sounds vaguely familiar.
Were you on the telephone at any point while Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were meeting to discuss attempted resolution of the issues during the summer of 2016?
What was your question? Was I on the telephone?
Yes. Were you on the telephone where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the hotel room and were talking?
No.
Were you ever on the telephone when Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were together talking during the summer of 2016, no matter where they were?
On the telephone?
Yes.
No.
While he was with Ms. Heard and Ms. Heard was on speaker, and you were on speakerphone with the two of them?
No.
You recognize the name, I'm going to get this here.
Do you recognize the name on what?
Joe Sweeney?
I do.
And who was he?
Joe Sweeney is a forensic accountant who specializes in family law forensic accounting, and he was Ms. Heard's forensic accountant in the Disso matter.
That was an eye roll, right? Damn, I just caught the end of it.
And was Edward White acting as the forensic accountant for Mr.
We got to clip
Depp?
all the eye rolls on Elaine. People that are eye rolling at Elaine. The other one was funny
Did
too.
Mr. White provide the documentation that was then submitted to Samantha Spector as counsel for Ms. Heard?
I believe it came from Mr. White's office. Also probably of note is the fact that Mr. Depp changed business management shortly before or during the course of the case, so it is possible that some of the documents came from predecessor business manager.
going to show you what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 10, and I'm not going to ask you any specific questions, so I don't need you to have to review it in detail unless you'd like to, and you're certainly welcome to spend as much time as you'd like on it. But I'm just going to go down to the end of it, and I'm going to ask if this is the deal point memorandum that you referred to that was finalized on August 15, 2016.
Since the parties' signatures appear at the bottom, as well as Ms. Spector's and mine, I believe that this is the deal point memorandum to which I was referring.
Okay. Is there any reason to believe that it is not the final deal point memorandum?
No.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Deposition Exhibit number 11. And it's a series of documents. An FL-150, for example, and then that's page 404, and then it goes into the next part, 1 of 1.
Oh, man. What do you guys think about today so far? Was it good? Was it lame? What do you guys think?
Try to page through it for you just so you can see generally.
Lane's slacking too, man. What's going on, Lane? Kitty cat. Send you a couple photos with comments. Okay, Cindy.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Could you tell me what it is, please?
It looks to be one of the parties, I guess Mr. Depp's, what we call in California, preliminary or perhaps final declaration of disclosure. It's just financial disclosure forms.
Ms. Wasser, I'm going to ask you if you can take a look at what has been marked as Wasser Exhibit number 12. And it's a many pages. I think it's 50 total.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's parties related judgment for dissolution of marriage.
There a specific amount that was paid to Amber Heard as part of this divorce settlement and judgment for
Objection document. I'm sorry.
For her claims of domestic violence, including any claims of assault, battery, intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, libel, slander, and or defamation.
I don't believe that we segregated out what the total amount was being paid for.
Did you make any effort to seal, S-E-A-L, the records in this case, and I'm referring to the case in front of us, the marriage or partnership of Amber Laura Depp and John Christopher Depp II, filed in Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles.
When you say seal,
that may be unsettling. Submit rating.
To seal the file?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
And why not?
We don't do that.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Deposition Exhibit number 13. And this is a subpoena of you for this deposition. Did you receive that?
What you guys said here. Today's good or whack or what?
Do you want me to scroll through it? Would you like to?
No,
Alejandro.
I believe that we received it.
All right. And you are testifying
Alejandro.
pursuant to this subpoena, correct?
I am.
going to
They were
ask you to
upset with
look at what
Alejandro
has
on
been
Facebook.
marked as deposition exhibit number 14.
I'm just tired of this, man.
This
I
is
don't want to be involved with this.
for the corporate designee of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mendoz. You see that?
I do.
For today's deposition.
Talking about the upload.
Is it your understanding that you are the corporate designee on behalf of Wasser, Cooperman, and Mendoz speaking today?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think given the hour, that'll be all the testimony that you hear today, okay? So we'll go ahead and recess for the day. Make sure you don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Get some good rest, all right? Thank you.
Lord Almighty. What do you guys want to do? I have a video I can premiere now. It's like 7 minutes long. It's Alejandro Moments. If you want to support the channel, I could just move you guys over there right now. We could just go straight over there unless you wanted to do calls.
So is that it? It's over for the day? Ikmal has almost 4,000. So, yeah, that was a really fucking boring day. Really boring. Like, surprisingly boring.
1:30 and 2:30 because there's a graduation I have to speak at, so we're going to take care of that, okay?
Graduation.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right.
Be botanical thing.
All right. That's it. No, that was like the most boring day I've seen to date. I am Karen. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm about to lose it. Oh, White Lotus, how was the dentist? What was she saying about tomorrow? Said something about tomorrow. I'm gonna work on my my sound later and get it working right. But what I like about what he did, which I'm gonna steal that, is putting what witness is on top. I like that. Oh, root canal? Ouch. I know. It's hard though. So I just wish I could take his pain away. And I can't. I just wish I could make his pain go away, and I can't. And it sucks having that he's gotta feel this. You know? Nobody wants to see their kid hurt. Hey, he's playing a video game. He just said he was going to play a video game. But, you know, I told him we're going to go to Dolly World for Father's Day. And, you know, take your mind off of it a bit. So that's in June. My mom's coming the end of this month. Or the middle of the month of May. But, I just can't make it better. No matter how hard I try, I can't take it away. And that sucks. Peter, I looked. I can't find anything really around here. I did look, though. There's not too much around here. Like, there's ones like kids of parents that were murdered. That one is in Huntsville. They meet like once a month, but his dad wasn't murdered. So there's no like real group. So my mom's like, start one. Okay. So, all right. Oh, of course. He's my baby. So, all right, I'm going to go. I will see you guys tomorrow. Red Lotus, White Lotus, I'll fill you in. And I will speak to you guys shortly. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. And White Lotus, I'll call you in a few. I know. It's just hard. Really hard. I love you too. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Peace. And you're right, Peter. I'm not the only one with problems, but it's my channel. So that's why I'm talking about it. On my channel. Just saying.